It's coming your way.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Welcome to 2023. You betcha. And we will begin with the ceremonial swearing in of all the trustees elected in 2022. The official swearing in occurred on Tuesday, January 3rd. This is the friends and family and fun, and this is the final celebration before everybody gets down to business. So to begin with, we will start with Adam Mayberry. I, Vice President Nicolette, will administer the oath. From there, we will go to Trustee Rodriguez. Superintendent Enfield will administer the oath. Then Trustee Smith. Dr. Paul Lamarca will administer the oath. And then Trustee Colleen Westlake, her husband Glenn Westlake, will administer the oath of office. So, Trustee Mayberry, are you ready?
I am.
Let's go up there.
You know my family members out there.
Diane, aren't we going to do the pledge? We have not started the meeting yet. Oh,
Gotcha. Good question, good question. I had to ask that myself.
thank you. Over here. Over here. Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
You're not really. Raise your right hand.
Yep.
I
I, Adam Mayberry,
do solemnly swear that I will support,
do solemnly swear that I will support,
protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the Constitution and government
the Constitution and government
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and government
and the Constitution and government
of the state of Nevada
of the state of Nevada,
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith
allegiance, and loyalty
and loyalty
to the same,
to the same,
any ordinance,
any ordinance,
resolution, or law
resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of school trustee
all the duties of the office of school trustee
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I know you will.
All right. Okay, thank you. Oh, that's for me. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I state your name.
I, Joe Rodriguez,
Do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend
do solemnly swear I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty
and I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty
to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law
any ordinance, resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and I will well faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of school trustee
all the duties of the office of school trustee
on which I am about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Make it.
We're going to do ours through interpretive dance.
I knew you won that best friends.
You should see Paul do interpretive dance because it's amazing.
It is really good. I state your name,
I, Elizabeth Smith,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear the true faith, allegiance, and loyalty
and I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty
to the same.
to the same.
Any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding.
Any ordinance, you have to help me with that one.
Resolution
Or law
of any state,
of any state notwithstanding.
and that I will well and faithfully perform
And I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of school trustee
all the duties of the office of school trustee
on which I am about to enter,
on which I am about to enter.
so help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Over here, right, JJ? Okay. Oh, you got it?
I have Parkinson's, so I'm not going to raise my right hand because I'll probably hit her in the face.
I,
Do
Colleen Westlake,
do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend
do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty
allegiance, and loyalty
to the same,
any ordinance,
resolution, or law
resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
all the duties of the office of school trustee
all the duties of the office of school trustee
on which I am about to enter,
on which I am about to enter.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations to everyone. We have a board ready to work in 2023, making great things happen for our students, families, employees, and community. I will now call today's meeting to order, January 10th, 2023. JJ, would you please do roll call?
Jeff Church.
Here.
Adam Mayberry.
Here.
Diane Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Joe Rodriguez.
Here.
Beth Smith.
Here.
Colleen Westlake.
Here.
Alex Woodley.
Here.
Student Representative Ivy Batmel.
Here.
All right,
She
thank
is
you.
on Zoom.
Yes, she is. Oh, she is on Zoom. Hello, Ivy.
Hi.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you guys too.
Safe and sound and off the roads. Way to go. All right. Trustee Westlake, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. It's an honor.
It is at that. Okay. Please do. We will now move into agenda items, which are the elections for president, vice president, and clerk, and our general counsel, Neil Rombardo, will explain the process.
Good afternoon, everyone. So just as a reminder to those of you who've been around and to those of you who are new, this is how we do it. So we'll open the floor for nominations. The president will take nominations. Nominations are not motions. Those are just people who are interested in serving in the position. Once nominations are done, they'll be closed by the president. We'll take public comment. After public comment is over, we'll then look for a motion on the nominations. And that's it.
All right, thank you.
Does that make sense? Any questions?
Any questions? All right, thank you. So, as stated, I will read item 2.01, board nominations and election of president of the Board of Trustees for 2023 from among the following: Jeff Church, Adam Mayberry, Diane Nicolette, Joe Rodriguez, Beth Smith, Colleen Westlake, and Alex Woodley, all for possible action. We open the floor now for nominations. Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I would like to nominate Beth Smith for the position of president.
Thank you. Any other nominations from the floor? All right, now we will hear public comment.
I have none.
Hearing none, we will move on to, I'm looking for a motion. First motion by Trustee Rodriguez.
I second the motion.
Second by Trustee Westlake. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, there you go, new president. And I hope you're ready, because I'm passing the gavel to you, so you can run the rest of this beautiful piece. Please pass her down. And when we are finished with all three, we have our new president, our vice president, and clerk, then we will take about 15 minutes so we can rearrange the seats. Take it away, Madam President.
Thank you so much. I am sincerely grateful for this. Thank you. All right, so with that, we'll close item 2.01 and move on to item 2.02. These are the board nominations and election of vice president of the Board of Trustees for 2023 from among the following: Jeff Church, Adam Mayberry, Diane Nicolette, Joe Rodriguez, Beth Smith, well, not me, Colleen Westlake, and Alex Woodley. This is an item for possible action, and we'll go ahead and open the floor to nominations for the role of vice president. I see Adam Mayberry, followed by Colleen Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations. I'm going to nominate Diane Nicolette for vice president.
I nominate Adam Mayberry for the office of vice president.
And since we have multiple nominations, just as a point of order, Vice President Nicolette, do you accept the nomination for vice president? Trustee Mayberry, do you accept the nomination for vice president?
I'm honored, Trustee Westlake. I truly am. I am going to decline, however, but I'm very grateful, and I appreciate the nomination. I truly do. So I'll be stepping down on this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations on the floor? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment.
I have none for this item.
All right, then we'll go ahead. Is there any discussion on the item? Seeing no discussion, I'll accept a motion for this item.
I motion that Diane Nicolette be elected vice president.
And I'll second that.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Congratulations and thank you, Vice President Nicolette. So with that, we'll close item 2.02 and move on to item 2.03. These are the board nominations and election of clerk of the Board of Trustees for 2023 among the following: Jeff Church, Adam Mayberry, Joe Rodriguez, Colleen Westlake, and Alex Woodley. And now we'll open the floor for nominations.
Thank you, Madam President. I got to get used to this. I'd like to nominate Joe the Rock Rodriguez for clerk.
Only if we can engrave that on his plate.
I nominate Jeff Church for clerk.
Very good. And so just as a point of order, Trustee Rodriguez, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
And Trustee Church, do you accept your nomination?
Yes.
Very good. So now we'll move on to any public comment that we have for this item.
Bruce Parks.
Hi, Mr. Parks.
Howdy. I'd just like to voice concern that I think the majority of the Washoe County residents would agree with me on. We have a very, how would be the best way to describe this, left-leaning Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. I believe it is only fair, right, and just that the only nomination you consider for clerk be Mr. Church, who, with the exception of Ms. Nicolette, is the longest serving member of this board. Has been here longer, knows more, has experienced more, especially the wrath and ire of this organization. At least be fair.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
That's all I have for this item.
So I'll bring it back to this board if there's in discussion, or we can go directly to a motion. Trustee Mayberry.
Yeah, since I nominate, I'll make the motion to approve Joe Rodriguez as the board clerk.
And I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the matter? Is there anything that anyone would like to share? We will, but we on a item where we have a vote, we always bring it back for the opportunity for discussion one more time. Well, we already have a motion on the floor and a second, so now the board is going to consider Trustee Rodriguez as the clerk. But that's okay. I'm going to help you along every step of the way. Don't you worry. Don't worry. So with that, we do have a motion on the floor, and we do have a second. And so that motion is for Trustee Rodriguez as clerk. So all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
2 nay. So the motion carries 5-2, and Clerk Rodriguez is our new clerk for this year. So. And with that, we're going to take a brief recess while we take a few photos and move around a bit. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you for granting us that time while we took some photos. And now we're going to move on to our third section of the meeting. So these are the consent agenda items. Staff is requesting consent agenda items 3.10 and 3.12 to be pulled for additional information. And I also know that there's an interest in pulling item 3.13. So I do plan on pulling 3.12 and 3.13 together in the same item since they're related. Are there any other consent agenda items that the trustees would like to see pulled? No?
Yes.
Oh, Trustee Church.
Yes, to be pulled for consideration today as a item 3.05.
3.05. Okay, excellent. Any other items for consent? Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. 3.14.
All right, 3.14. Okay, so just as a recap, we have that we'll be pulling 3.10. I'm sorry, I'll start from the beginning. 3.05, 3.10, 3.12, and 3.13. Those will be pulled together. And then also 3.14.
For clarification, pulled means to discuss, not off the agenda.
Correct. Yep. So we'll be pulling those to discuss those items individually. Okay. If there's no discussion on the other agenda items, we'll take public comment for the remaining consent agenda items.
I do not have any public comment.
Okay, great. On that note, if there's a motion, the motion would be to approve items 3.02 through to 3.04, and then also 3.06 to 3.09. And that would be the full motion. Oh, yes, and 311. Thank you. All right, moved by Clerk Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Church. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, so let's move on to item 3.05. This is the approval of hiring pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute, the employment of retired employees for the following areas, which are the critical labor shortage. So I'd like to invite staff up for that.
There she is. Our interim head of HR, Katie Louise Ware, will come up. Thank you, Katie Louise.
Hi, Ms. Ware. Thank you. All right, Trustee Church, I'll yield to you for your questions.
Thank you very much. And I'm in favor of this, but I think there's some things to put on the record, so appreciate your being here. I understand that we have a program called ESIP, which is an early separation program. Can you just briefly cover who's that for and what it is?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Trustees Church. Katie Louise Weir, Interim Chief Talent Officer, for the record. We do have an early separation incentive program for some of our bargaining units. Right now we do have that for WEA. And it's been negotiated out of most of our other bargaining units at this point. We also have it for our classified staff, or WESP. So the question was in relation to the critical needs positions, if we have ESIP. Is that the question? Why do we have ESIP if we have critical shortage?
You read my mind.
Absolutely. So it is technically still a part of the negotiated agreement at this time. So we still offer that even though we do have critical shortages in certain areas.
Okay. Just for those people that are watching, or for myself that's not very knowledgeable on this, an early separation buyout for people to leave, which maybe was good years ago when we had too many, and the higher end teachers are paid more. So by bringing in new teachers that are on a lower step, it's a money saving thing. But it's completely contrary to be saying we have a labor shortage, we've got to hire retirees, then they're going to retire, then they're going to come back on the retire hire back program. So I just think it's essential in the next negotiations that we attempt to raise this with the bargaining units, and I think that we have shown extremely good faith as a Board of Trustees on our end, so we hope that that can get addressed in the future. Thank you.
Absolutely. I just want to add one point of clarification to that, Trustee Church, and that is that if someone does take ESIP, so if a certified teacher takes ESIP and has a payout to retire early, they are not eligible to apply for a critical needs position unless they pay back their incentive. So if they received an ESIP payout of, let's say, $10,000, in order to be hired as a critical needs position full-time, they could come back as a long-term sub, but they could not come back under contract as a critical needs employee unless they paid back that $10,000 ESIP buyout.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item 3.05?
No.
All right. If not, then I'm open to a motion.
I'll motion to approve 3.05.
Second.
Second by Trustee Woodley. Motion by Trustee Church. Is there any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. We'll close that out, and then we'll move on to item 3.10. This is the approval of the agreement for professional architectural design services, working with the construction manager at risk for the replacement of E. Otis Vaughn Middle School with TSK Architects. And so we'd like to welcome as our presenter Tammy Zimmerman, our Chief Facilities Management Officer. Hi, Ms. Zimmerman.
Good afternoon. So I want to make mention, when we did the staff report with this, we have a dollar amount in there of $2,611,000 and $366. We then were working, we made a mistake, and then we had to update the contract, and we did not have time to update the dollar amount in the actual item. So I want you to see in the contract it is $2,623,466 is the actual amount. And this is for the design of the new building on the Vaughn campus, and it takes us from schematic design into design development. We will be coming back in the next fiscal year and asking for additional funding to finish that design, to actually put it out to bid in the fall.
Thank you. And this is a standard part of the process with building our schools, correct?
Yes, this is a standard process. There are typically 4 processes that we go through design: schematic design, design development, construction documents, and then our construction administration. And so we will be waiting to do those last 2 phases coming in July. But it just gives us a kickoff and gets us going.
Very good. Are there any questions for Ms. Zimmerman? Trustee Westlake.
Hi. What generally is in the second phase? I know we've done a couple of other schools, and I think we're using the same basic design as another middle school, making some changes. But what is generally the cost? I know you can't say this is exactly what it's going to be, but what is that second phase generally cost?
So total, we anticipate it being about 10% of the construction cost of the building. So probably about $10 million total for design. And this is not a site adapt because the property at Vaughn is so different than O'Brien. We are really going to be tearing those pieces apart a little bit. We call them a kit of parts, and we're going to be tearing them apart to make them fit on that campus and function as a school.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Zimmerman? JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right. I will entertain a motion for item 3.10. So moved by Clerk Rodriguez.
I'll second that.
Second by Trustee Mayberry. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, that passes unanimously, 7-0. We'll go ahead and close that item and move on to item 3.12 and also 3.13. We're going to open these 2 items together, which will allow us to talk about them together as a group. But just so that the trustees know, is we will be looking for 2 separate motions to approve or to not approve both of these items. But this will allow us to discuss these 2 items together. And so now I'd like to introduce Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer, and Katie Louise Weir, again, our Interim Chief Talent Officer. Thank you. And so I believe on item 3.12, there were some items that staff had wanted to pull to cover for some additional information.
Yes, I believe we have a graphic we can display that summarizes the text of the memorandum and a slightly easier to digest chart. Okay, a little tough to see. Yeah, maybe. Thanks, JJ. Okay. All right. Once again, Katie Louise Weir, Interim Chief Talent Officer, for the record. This lists each of the positions specifically outlined by the MOU, the number of employees that fall under each of those groups. So it starts with special ed and pre-K. There are 34 employees who would receive this incentive, and it keeps going. Counselors at 10. Elementary school teachers in grades kindergarten through third grade, we have 295 who would receive an incentive based on class size. Fourth through fifth grade, we have 211. Then if you take a look at secondary, 6th through 12th grade, again, this is based on class size, 397 secondary teachers would receive that incentive in 6th through 12th grade. Secondary PE and music, again, based on class size, there are 11. We also have a prep time coverage increase from $40 to $70. We're unable to give you an exact allocation of teachers because this completely depends upon the need each and every day in the school. So this is essentially teachers who give up their planning and prep time to help cover. So for example, a math teacher is out, the other math teachers in the department might be pulled to help cover all those math classes for the day. So that one's a little bit harder to itemize because it depends on the day and the school's needs. Then we have special education for our resource allocation and our self-contained. Again, this one's a little bit more tricky to identify because caseload numbers fluctuate, and so the amount of professionals who are influenced by that changes based on caseload. Then we have our speech language pathologist. For that one, we have 42. Occupational therapists and physical therapists, at this time we have 3. And then we have our subs for special education teachers over caseload at 2 days per semester. Again, that would be additional time for those teachers. And then $1,000 stipend for the IEP work. So essentially we integrated a new system this year that houses all of our individualized education plans and record keeping for our students who are serviced through special education supports. As a result, as you can imagine, that requires additional workload on behalf of the special education teachers to learn the new system, input information into the new system, get comfortable with the reporting, progress reporting, all of the things that happen with that. So we're giving them essentially a one-time stipend for the additional hours that they were putting in to learn that program and become proficient in it. And that total is 666 special education educators at this time. Anything you'd like to add, Mark?
Yeah, maybe just to tee this up a little bit more. I think we went into it in the staff report, but just for the record, the impetus of this amendment, this memorandum of understanding with WEA came about because of the vacancies that we do have in the system. And so, you know, we recognize there are many vacancies. We recognize the workload impact that has on teachers and others in the system. And so the idea with the prompting of our new superintendent in collaboration with WEA was again to share the salary savings in essence of those vacancies with our employees who are working harder and covering for those vacancies. So it was I have to say it was a very collaborative effort with Washoe Education Association. It took a while because this is very complicated, and much of the discussions really were trying to balance out, trying to be very precise in where we allocated and zeroed in on issues versus the complexities associated with operationalizing that and implementing that. And so there was a lot of work and a lot of meetings between ourselves, Kaylin, and Summer to kind of fine-tune that. Again, no solution is perfect, but we feel we came to a pretty good place and struck a pretty good balance between trying to identify those specific areas where there were workload impacts, but not making this so onerous that it's impossible to implement. And so these additional one-time payments, they're all one-time payments for fiscal year 23, the current fiscal year we're in, we will take measurements at each quarter, at a point in each quarter to identify who qualifies for these stipends or bonuses, in addition to the $500 everyone in WA will receive. And so it's, you know, it's kind of new territory for us in terms of a more precise, fine-tuned way to share salary savings, but I think we came to a really good place. As we noted in the staff report, the total cost of this is in excess of $6 million. But again, it's the right thing to do, to share savings when we have vacancies with our employees who are working harder. We hope to resolve and address the level of vacancies that we currently have. That will depend on the coming legislative session and the state budget, of course. But for the meantime, we think this is the right thing to do, and again, a very collaborative process to get to this point. So I just wanted to kind of give you that background since we began, gosh, I don't know, late summer, fall on this process. So thank you again for being patient with us as we work through these issues.
So I would like to say that this is absolutely superlative. This is absolutely unprecedented. We have a commitment to honoring our staff and the work that they're doing. This is not payments because we just appreciate them. This is for work that they are doing day in and day out. And I know that the staff work that went into this over the course of months was very extensive. And I also know that Emily Ellison was a big part of that when she was here as well. This is a demonstration of our commitment to our staff in recognition of the work that they're doing, the work we will continue to do to bring down those caseloads and those class sizes as we bring on new staff. But this is very innovative. And I did some research on this. I don't know of any other compensation structure like this that represents the savings that we have for the vacancies, working with our bargaining units and recognizing the work of our staff in quite a way. So this really is mold breaking, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I also see that the superintendent has her light on, and I'd like to invite her to share her thoughts on this.
Thank you, President Smith. I share your enthusiasm and appreciation for the work that Kaylin Evans from WEA, along with Mark and Katie, have done to get us here. This is the right thing to do, and it is not the answer. The answer is continuing during this legislative session to keep front and center the fact that we need to compensate, our education professionals better than we are doing right now. And I just want to be clear that we are committed. These one-time things are great in the moment. We need to be able to provide ongoing salary increases to our staff, and we cannot do that without our legislature helping us in that direction. So I just need to say that for the record. I'm thrilled for this, and I await the day when we can talk about a substantive cost of living increase thanks to our legislature.
Thank you, Superintendent Enfield. One moment. Trustee Westlake, there is another partner in this that really had to come to the table and work openly and collaboratively and in a very different way, and that is the president of the WEA, Kaylin Evans. So Kaylin, I wanted to invite you if you wanted to come up and if you had anything to share about your thoughts on this process or this item that the board or community should know.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and it's I think I'm moving up in the world because I get to actually have a back and forth instead of trying to cram everything into 3 minutes and getting to do it with this esteem up here. I feel taller, so thank you. To kind of echo some of Mark's comments, it was a ton of work that we had been pushing since before the school year even started. Can't thank Mark, Jeff Bozzo, Emily Ellison enough for the work that they did. It really was something of this kind of magnitude, something that's groundbreaking that we've never been able to do in this district before. And as you alluded to as well, Trustee Smith, we don't have structures like this that we can go and then come in and just implement. It really had to be built from the ground up. So, trying to balance the idea behind, what's the most we can do while also making it practical from an implementation standpoint. And Mark was always very sure to remind me of those things. But it really is. And I can't say thank you enough to those three and the work that they did. It was a genuine concerted effort to address the issues that we're facing. And, and it starts first and foremost, Superintendent Susan Enfield, your direction and saying, hey, you know what, let's figure out how to get this done. And so it means a lot. We talked about the numbers here that this is going to impact. Beyond just the individual staff that are going to have this compensation piece, to me, equally as important is the message that it sends. The message is that we're going to do things differently, right? And that we have new leadership leading our district. We have a new board. We have a new direction. And we're going to be as aggressive as we can right now. And that was really the big push from the WEA side was, having these accrued savings, okay, great, we might be able to then go at a different point and negotiate those. We need to do everything we can right now to keep the teachers in the building. So if we wait a year for negotiations this summer or next year, we're going to lose more and more staff, and we're not going to be able to bring them in. So for us, we felt that it was most imperative to do everything we could right now to provide this support. So it was, it really was a lot of meetings, but it was a great experience. And I know we all agreed going forward that this is the type of relationship and collaboration that's necessary from the union and the district for us to ultimately be successful, because we have a shared interest. So I'm happy to answer any questions while I'm up here, or I can sit down. I kind of like being up here, but
Thank you. I know Trustee Westlake had her light on first, so I'll start with you.
Sorry, Trustee. The question is actually for Mark, but Kaylin, you might be able to answer this also. But it was something that you had said, Mark, that you said for the WEA members. So my question is this, because I believe there's other unions and then there are educators that are not in the unions. So is this just WEA? And I have to say that I agree with everyone who has spoken. We are in a crisis right now, and that crisis needs to be addressed. But I want, if this is just WEA, I want to advocate for all of the other educators also. So if you could answer that.
To clarify, this is an MOU with the Washoe Education Association only. I should be more precise in my wording. It's not just for dues-paying members of WEA. It's for all classifications covered under the WEA agreement. So all certified. And we know there are other areas of the district that have workload issues and vacancies for sure. But again, this took 4 or 5 months, I think, to negotiate when all was said and done. And so we felt like the priority was our biggest association, where we knew we had the most severe set of vacancies, and so that's why we are here today.
I just want to clarify something. Mark hit on this, and Keelan brought this too. Katie Louise Weir, Chief Talent Officer for the record, interim. One thing that Mark hit on, and I know I talked with Keelan Evans and WEA about this tremendously, is this is just one part of the effort. As you see in the line item, it says for ongoing staff shortages, right? We're working really hard to not have the level of ongoing staff shortages that we have at this moment. Because while these stipends are incredible and they do send a wonderful message to these people, we're also burning them out. And for them to be able to return, they also have to have a workload that is sustainable. And yes, I'm proud to say that we're able to compensate them in this matter for taking on more than they're typically asked to do. But HR is working very diligently to ensure that we don't have the high level of shortages in certified positions that we have this school year. So that's the other piece in complement to this MOU.
Trustee Church.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions, and I'll hold most of them in abeyance. But while you're up here, my first, more of a comment, under NRS 288, negotiations are done essentially in private. Then they come to us for approval. And so I don't want to impede or get involved in negotiations. But Kaylin, you're up here. I'm going to put you on the hot seat. We earlier discussed ESIP. Is that, I'm not saying you're going to give it. I'm just asking you, is it on the table to discuss?
You know, I don't want to speak on behalf of our bargaining team fully, but we as an association understand the issue and also the optics with the ESIP program. As all programs progress, there was a need at some point, and we have to really closely examine the need for it now. But we fully understand the issues surrounding ESIP, and going into contract negotiations this summer, that's going to be something that we'll be discussing, for sure.
So you're not saying you won't discuss it?
Yeah, we're going to discuss it, for sure.
I'm holding you to that.
You got it, Trustee Church.
So, Trustee Church, if you have other questions on, and again, we pulled 3.12 and 3.13 together, I would just ask them now. That way we can work efficiently and get through to the motions.
I just see Mayberry had his light on. I don't know if it was specifically for Kaylin. Okay. So first of all, what the total cost was $6 million. Am I correct that I saw in there that every teacher, regardless of whether they give up anything, gets $500 each? Did I see that on the top?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then also, just for the record, for the public to know, back in June, we voted for a pay incentive for teachers, for the union, for the class, of $2,500 for existing teachers and $1,500. So am I correct on that?
Yes, you are. The part of the discussion and how we ended up, because we didn't start here with that $500 per position stipend, was as we tried to work through, again, very precise, specific ways to compensate classifications not covered under this schedule for extra work. It just proved to be impossible. We would have to hire a number of additional staff just to implement it if we went down to that level. So to some degree, the $500 per member is a recognition of that, again, balancing act we've had to perform, and that we know there are other staff members, others certified, that do have workload impacts that we couldn't include in this schedule. And so it is, again, not a perfect solution to address that problem, but a solution to address that issue.
And then, I guess a few well, number one, enrollment. We're facing falling enrollment. Am I correct?
Yes.
And do you have a number lately? I think we're down to about 60,000 students.
We unfortunately saw a drop of 1,000 during the school year compared to where we budgeted enrollment. We're over 60,000, but I don't have a precise number, and of course that changes every day.
Right. Yeah, and basically what I saw was 61,1, 135, down to 60,000. So I guess I'll make a few points. First of all, for me to vote no, headline news, trustee votes no on pay raises after everything that was said. But I'm troubled by some of this. I'm troubled by the falling enrollment, which means budget cuts, which means we got to find money elsewhere. I agree that the legislature is a good answer, but I'll make very clear I'm not part of the legislature, but personally I'm opposed to tax increases. I just have a lot of concerns about this. Again, we've given up a lot. We gave up the pay raises in June of 2022, which were well-deserved, and I'm almost positive I voted for that. But I'm holding their feet to the fire on the ESIP, and it's a really tough decision to me because I try to be fiscally very conservative on this. On the other hand, I recognize we've got inflation and our pay raises are not keeping track with inflation. So I recognize that. We can't raise taxes internally. We can't raise, it's just what the legislature gives us or what we get from grants. So important that the public knows that. And a final comment I'll make is I'm big on recruiting and retention. I've taught it nationwide. I believe that we've made good improvement, excellent improvement on recruiting and retention, but I believe we can do much, much better as well. And that's another way to get more teachers, by better recruiting and by looking and thinking outside the box on some other incentives. And Caitlin and I, we've had long talks, so he knows my position. So it is essentially a pay raise, but I think we can do it in other ways in the future. One final question. When does the current contract expire?
June 30th of 2023.
June 30th of 20, so just 6 months away, basically.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think I pontificated enough. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thanks, Trustee Church. One thing I do want to add is that these are savings that we had already budgeted for, and this is work that our teachers and our staff members are doing. And so that, for me, is an important clarification. So we're not actually spending outside of what was budgeted. As a matter of fact, I think it works out to less, but this is a way to recognize the work that they've already done with that compensation. And then on that note, I do not know between Trustee Mayberry or Vice President Nicolette whose light was on. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for asking Mr. Evans to come up. I appreciate that. I was going to do the same. So the question I have is, I have a couple questions. One specific to 3.12 and then a couple specific to 3.13. That's the sub, right? Yeah. So 3.12, yeah, I know this was really complicated, and there's no perfect answer here. I think you came really close. This is 1 year. Can we, should we, will we make this, annual, at least in a short term? I mean, I don't see really any fixes here next year. So I'm wondering your thoughts on that.
I'll go first. Okay. Interim Chief Talent Officer Katie Louise Weir for the record. Trustee Mayberry, great question. We already have quite a few staffing decisions that will influence our critical labor shortage in a positive direction already for 23-24 that we're not able to put in play this school year for 22-23, but we will be in place for 23-24, which will result in fewer need for coverage or overextension of the teachers who are currently teaching in our building, because there'll be additional staff members ready. So there's already some of those plans in place to help address this from the critical labor shortage side.
And at least we have some infrastructure in place should we have to fall back on this in some capacity, right? And then 3.13, the subs. So a couple questions, and I'll ask them back to back. Are these increases, are they competitive with our nearby districts, number one? And secondly, this may be, I'm trying to think this out loud here as I ask the question. We talked a lot about prep period. So as I understand, if you do the math, and if you have multiple teachers covering a prep period, that cost exceeds the cost of having a substitute. So I'm just wondering, why not provide even more of an increase? $20, $25, just it doesn't seem. I'm speaking for myself. It doesn't seem like a lot to fill the sub void. I mean, I know teachers are burnt out. Many of them don't want to give up their prep period. So does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Trustee Mayberry. Interim Chief Talent Officer Kay Louise Weir for the record. Moving to the 125 per day and the 150 for long-term subs puts us right in line with our other districts around us. So people who potentially live geographically near another school district to be able to choose us or them at a sub job, we're very competitive. We're within $5 either direction of pretty much every district if we move to this new compensation of $125 and $150.
I mean, I would support an increase of $1. I mean, I'm glad we're increasing it. I'm just wondering if it's enough, because again, the thrust of my question is would it be more efficient to really have more subs as opposed to having multiple teachers covering the prep periods?
So Mark Mathers for the record. It's a really good question. So first, this is an ongoing cost. And when we assign a cost to it, it's based on current usage of long-term subs. If we address our vacancies, we'll have a need for fewer, hopefully, long-term subs or substitutes of any kind. And that might enable us in the future to look at increases if this doesn't work. But having been through this analysis and discussions in a number of areas, whether it was bus drivers, custodians, and so forth, you know, it is very hard to peg what number moves the needle and what number makes us competitive. And then we got to remember that we totally understand that makes us competitive maybe for today, but maybe not next year. So there's, right, we got to keep on it and make sure that we stay competitive with the labor market. So I guess I'm trying to answer your question of, again, balancing act. We think this is an important step to put us in line with other school districts. It comes at a pretty significant ongoing cost that we now have to factor into the budget. But we will continue to assess it, Trustee Mayberry. And if this does not work, or we have the ability to increase a compensation going forward, absolutely, we will look at that.
And I'd like to invite Dr. Enfield. I think she'd like to add something.
So, Trustee Mayberry, my charge to Mr. Mathers and the team was to bring our pay for our guest teachers or substitute teachers in line to be competitive with our neighboring districts, because that was the biggest challenge. That, you know, if I can go sub in a district 20 minutes away, I'm going to do that. And this does do that. We are now competitive with our neighboring districts, and so that was the goal.
Okay. Thank you for your due diligence, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Vice President Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. I really just have a couple comments. Thank you for this work. I know this is mind-bending, and I know being married to a CPA kind of type person, you don't look at the now all the time. You look at the next year, 5 year, 10 years, and there's an obligation that I know you're very aware of. And Interim Chief Katie, HR business is delicate and dicey business, and I want to thank the entire team for working on this, also WEA as well. I want to add something. We talked about the wallet, which is really nice. It's always nice to have extra money, especially in this day and age. Things are rapidly increasing. We talked about the messaging, which is of the heart, which is extremely important. Our teachers, all of our employees, our families, our students need to know that we're listening and that we care, and we're going to do what we can to help. And then there is that, Katie, you mentioned it, that burnout, that well-being factor that is extremely important. And although the presentation is not about that today, I would look forward to in the future hearing what we are doing to support the physical, intellectual, and spiritual and all well-being of all of our employees, especially our teachers. And so thank you for your work.
Thank you. All right, I see Clerk Rodriguez and then again Trustee Westlake, and then we'll go to public comment and move towards some motions.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just have a couple of questions. Are we still charging our guest teachers for fingerprinting and backgrounds and things of that nature?
Katie Louise Weir, Interim Chief Talent Officer for the record. We are, Trustee Rodriguez, but we are working toward a lot of partnerships with fingerprinting with other organizations to hopefully no longer charge for that in the future. But at this point, it is still a part of their first paycheck deduction.
Okay, and that kind of comes around to Vice President Nicolette. I will, in the future, talking about this stuff here. I would like to see that addressed because, you know, I'm sure you guys are intelligent. You do the math. You're working a day pretty much just to pay that off. As far as getting their substitute license and fingerprinting, things of that nature. So I would like to encourage to see that addressed in the future. So thank you.
This is a question for Mark. Is it possible to increase that number. I understand that we're competitive, but if we can grab these subs like it's a for sure slam dunk, and we're not just competitive, it's a kind of, oh, I'm weighing this, weighing that, but oh, for sure, I'm going to go with Washoe County School District. Again, I'm going to emphasize the crisis that we are in. Maybe what Trustee Rodriguez said, we budget in and pick up those costs to get these teachers background checked and fingerprinted. But if I have to agree with Trustee Mayberry, we're going to have to do everything we possibly can to make us look the most attractive, not just competitive. It's not, are they going to ask this girl to dance or this girl to dance? They're making a beeline for this girl because we have got to have teachers for our kids. We just absolutely have to.
Yeah, I think that we certainly revisit this. Again, we're assessing the labor market. It is an evolving situation. We're actually seeing a number of agencies lay off staff. So we will continue to assess the labor market. We'll continue to assess our budget situation, and we can look at this as part of the fiscal year 24 budget process, if that's the board's desire.
Thank you. JJ, do we have public comment for these two items?
Do you want to take them together or separately?
Together.
Kaylin Evans for both 3.12 and 3.13.
Sorry, I'm back again. I didn't know if I could keep talking. Just real quickly to address the MOU and a couple comments that were made, and to piggyback off what you were saying, President Smith, every student in our school district is receiving the services the best possible way they can. The money from these accrued savings, this is not a gift by any means. This is unpaid labor to a degree. We have some of the largest class sizes in the country. Every employee in our district is underpaid and overworked. We're taking these accrued savings and we're doing everything we can right now to show that we truly appreciate the work we're doing. Part of this MOU that we touched on is a big focus on our special education staff. There is not a more pressing issue that we should be concerned with than how we are supporting our special education staff. The compensation that is built into this for them, in my opinion, is extremely aggressive. It's a significant show of support. We have full intentions as an association going into contract negotiations this summer to really craft and structure language and supports in the contract to address these things. But I just really want to make sure that anybody watching this or listening is understanding that this is not a gift. Our students are being serviced, every single one of them. They're getting serviced because teachers are working, counselors are working, our support staff are working above and beyond what they should be expected to do. And the very least that we can do right now is to say, you know what, we have these savings from our staffing shortage, and we need to get it to the people who are doing the work for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
That's all I have for these items.
All right, so even though we pulled these two items together, this will require two separate motions. So if there is no more discussion on the item or any more questions, I will call for a motion for item 3.12.
Madam President, I'll move to approve item 3.12.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Woodley. Is there any discussion on the item?
Very briefly, I'm going to hold Kaylin's feet to the fire.
Very good. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for your work with this. And now we'll move on to item 3.13, and I will entertain a motion for the subpay item.
So move.
Moved by Trustee Woodley. Seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Is there any discussion on the item?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo what Trustee Rodriguez had said, and I've heard a lot of reluctance that first day of teaching as a sub. So I would hope we can, going forward, we can absorb some of the costs of the fingerprinting and some of those administrative costs, because you're right, they work a day or two and essentially goes to that. So that's my comment as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, removing barriers is always a good thing. Although, seeing no other discussion, we'll go ahead and move on. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. The motion also passes unanimously. Thank you very, very much. This is an exciting thing for our district and for our staff, so thank you all so much for the work that you do. All right, and that brings us to item 3.14, which was pulled. And now we will invite staff up for that item. Hi. So, Ms. Van Trest, you'll have to remind me of your new formal title.
Jennifer Van Trest, Associate Chief for Specialized Instruction. It's a mouthful. Oh,
that is why I asked.
Teaching, learning, leadership. Yeah, there's a whole big, long title word. But it is my second day on the job. So, woohoo, exciting. So, thank you for having us up here with me. I have Dr. Jessica Mandula. She is our Special Education Operations Director and oversees our Medicaid reimbursement systems. So,
very good. All right, so I will turn it over to Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I just was really proud when I saw this item, and I just want to have you have the opportunity to get on the record how this program sort of generates some revenue for us and perhaps offset some of the costs. Great job. Proud of you both. Thank you.
All right, well, that makes it easy. Is there any public comment on this item? I will agree that this is a really, really outstanding item. Anytime we have opportunities for financial impacts like this, it's very beneficial.
May I just also say I'd really like to have a big shout out to Jessica and the work of her team for making this happen and really putting that dedication in and recognizing the need and the support for our students that this can provide. So moving forward. So thank you for Jessica, and thank you for our support from our budget department as well. This has been a group effort to have this happen.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you, Jessica. All right, so seeing no public comment for this item, we'll go ahead and I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam President, I'll move to approve item 3.14, please.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Woodley. Any discussion on the matter? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. All right, well, that closes out all of the consent agenda items. Thanks for all of the speakers. And now we'll move on to our fourth section, where we have item 4.01. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to accept the annual comprehensive financial report, also called the ACAFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022, but it's for the fiscal year 2021, as recommended by the Audit Committee, and this is for possible action. Our presenters today are Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer, and then also joining us via Zoom, we have Mindy Kaporan, and she's the Assistant Controller and our representative from Crow LLP. That's our external auditor. So welcome, Ms. Kaporan.
She should actually
Okay.
She should actually be joining us in person.
Oh, okay. Wonderful.
Charles will be joining us online.
Oh, okay.
So thank you, Madam President. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer, and aside me is Mindy Kaporan, our Assistant Controller. I will try to contain my excitement about this item. I was excited about a budget item a few months ago, and I got a lot of grief about my excitement. So I'm going to try to contain myself. But we are very proud to present this annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR, to you. This is for the period ended June 30th, 2022. So this is for fiscal year 2022. And before we do turn it over to Charles Rabley of Crow, our external auditor, I did want to kind of give you some background about what is this 300-page monstrosity? Why is it so important? Why is Mark excited? So first of all, the ACFR is, in essence, it's our set of financial statements. So it tells us, well, first, every governmental entity per state law has to prepare an ACFR. It is prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP. It is prepared based on the accounting pronouncements issued by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. So we don't operate on our own. We have various rules and regulations we have to follow. But in essence, again, this tells you where we ended up fiscal year 22. So you see me a lot of times in front of you talking about the budget process, and that's important, of course. That sets our spending plan for the upcoming fiscal year. It sets appropriations, and we also project and estimate and budget for revenues. But that doesn't tell you actually how we ended up. So it is possible, even with a balanced budget for the general fund like we have, to end up in a deficit situation if revenues don't materialize like we thought, and so forth. And that's true for all of our 54 funds that we manage. So this gives you the bottom line results for fiscal year 22. For most funds, certainly for major funds, there's a budget to actuals page that shows you how we compared budget to actual for the fiscal year 22. But if you want to know where we ended up, this is the document that tells you that. How do we get to this point of having this 300-page document? Just briefly, of course, our controller's office that Mindy is responsible for is recording revenues and expenses every day of the fiscal year. Every month we compile financial reports, and then every quarter you receive unaudited financial reports that show you how we did, and those are conveyed via the superintendent's highlights. We also post results online and publish them in the Reno Gazette Journal. So quarterly, certainly throughout the fiscal year, we're reporting how we're doing, but those are more or less, with certain exceptions for major revenues, on a cash basis. So we don't have the staff to go do a full accrual for each and every fund for each and every quarter. So we'll report most revenues and expenses as they occur on a cash basis. For the annual comprehensive financial report, what we'll do is go to that modified accrual basis for governmental funds and full accrual basis for proprietary funds, and accrue back revenues we received after June 30th, but that so July and August of 2022, but that we earned in fiscal year 22. So many of the state revenues we receive come after June 30th, so we accrue those revenues back to the proper period they were earned. Same with expenses. We have cash outs and other expenses that come after June 30th. We accrue those back to fiscal year 22. There are a number of other accounting adjustments we make for the ACFR. So we make adjustments to reflect our long-term liabilities. So you'll see in the government-wide financial statements our prorated portion of our pension liabilities as reported by the Nevada PERS agency. You'll see our share of other post-employment benefits also there. There's just a number of adjustments we make for other long-term liabilities, whether it's debt, compensated absences, what have you. So there's a tremendous amount of work here to put this together, but again, from a GAAP basis, this is where we ended up in terms of our expenses and our revenues. And so if you ever want to know, what our financial position is, you wouldn't turn to the budget document, you would turn to this document. So I hope that's clear. What we also provide, in addition to the actual individual fund financial statements that you see sprinkled throughout the 300 pages, is a management discussion analysis section that starts on page 5. And the intention of that section is to provide as much as we can, because we're, again, prescribed by our regulators as to what areas we cover, but as much as we can, a layperson's explanation of where we ended up. So if you needed to go to one section to get the executive summary, that will start on page 5. For those that are really ambitious, as I explained to Trustee Westlake, if you're really, really ambitious, you can go to the notes section that begins on page 41 and continues for 40 pages. And that provides the explanation for, again, the various accounting adjustments we make. There's some interesting information. Again, I'm going to contain my excitement, but there's some interesting information in there for you. And then, so once we compile these financial statements, then we turn it over to our external auditor. And so most of you, I think, know that state law also requires our financial statements to be audited by an independent CPA firm, and that's where Crow comes in. They were selected several years ago through a request for proposal process, and they are truly an independent accounting firm. Their liability, their reputation's on the line when they issue the audit opinions you see beginning in the financial section. That's the first thing you'll see is the independent auditor's report. And then in the very back few pages, you'll see findings they make. And so it's really important that you hear from our independent auditor, because they would tell you if there's something wrong, if there's a serious misstatement of our financial statements, if there's a serious deficiency in how we reported expenses or revenues. They would note that here, and they will tell you that in the presentation that Charles will give momentarily. But it's an important part of the process that you hear from them directly and not through me or Mindy, so that you're assured everything was done in conformance with GAAP and Governmental Accounting Standard Board pronouncements. So I hope you can see that this is an intensive and massive effort to put this together. I was remiss in not acknowledging Jeff Boswell, our budget director, for all the work he did on the labor negotiations for item 3.12 and 3.13, so I'm not going to make that mistake here. I want to single out and praise Mindy for her work assembling this document with help from many others, of course, but Mindy stepped in. She started just in July of last year, so she had a steep learning curve, but she tackled it with just great aplomb and very little drama. I worked with her closely. I know for a fact she put in many hours over weekends and at nights, which is somewhat what you do during ACFR season, but still it was extraordinary to see her pull the document together, working with Crow to address their questions over the last 5-6 months. And so I really want to praise the work she did. It's been a pleasure working with her. I think she has a few comments she'd like to make, and then we will turn it over to Charles, who hopefully is online. Our Crow office we work with is based in Sacramento, and due to the weather, we thought that was the right thing to do, to let him kind of patch in that way. So, Mindy, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Mindy Capron, Assistant Controller for the record. I want to say thanks, Mark, for the kind words. It was a Herculean effort we all put in. It wasn't just me. It was a team effort. Mark's guidance, the accounting team. So I want to thank him and thank everybody, for helping to get this done. I also do need to thank Crow, because their knowledge and their support of me and bringing me up to speed on how to do this was it was an integral part of getting this done. So we're already looking to the future, and we're talking about process improvements, because there's places we definitely can improve. And for the FY23 report, we're hoping it's going to go a lot smoother than it did this year, but we're proud to present this today. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good. And so our plan was not to go through all 300 pages of the document and hit highlights.
Why not?
We're happy to answer questions about individual issues or funds that you have after Charles's presentation, but with that, I will turn it over to Charles. Hopefully he is there. We have a presentation document in the packet for Crow where they summarize their findings. So, Charles, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. That was a little bit of a delay, so hopefully my audio works with the weather disruption here. So I very much appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you virtually in this case about the results of the audit and sort of the process that we followed for conducting the audit. I'll just maybe give you a cue to when to click to each next slide. My name is Charles Ribley. I'm a senior manager with Crow LLP and was involved in part of the audit team that conducted the annual audit of the ACFR for Washoe County School District. I'm going to go to the next slide. I think this, yeah, there we go. You can click through all these. And one more. Yeah. So this slide is really just intended to communicate some of our responsibilities as it relates to your audit. You know, our main focus is to express an opinion over the financial statements, as well as for federal compliance. And the reason we have both the financial statements and federal compliance is not only do you have the ACFR, which presents the basic financial statements of the district, but you also have expended more than $750,000 in any given fiscal year of federal grants and entitlements, and that requires you to undergo a separate federal compliance audit, which is compliant with uniform guidance, which is what we follow for that process. And to execute the audit process, we have identified and we follow through what we call risks of material misstatement that enables us to focus our audit on the areas of the financial statement that have the most susceptibility to error or fraud. We also have a requirement to perform an evaluation over the district's internal controls, which are relevant for financial statement reporting. And so those two risk of material misstatement considerations and the internal control evaluation kind of combine to be what's called a risk-based audit approach. And so our responsibility is, and that builds into our responsibility of being able to give that opinion. The bottom of this slide here presents sort of the process that we followed from a timeline perspective on the audit. I will note that this is a presentation. We did have the opportunity last Thursday to meet with the audit committee and discuss this as well. We conducted the audit sort of in three in the May-June timeframe, where we conducted some of that internal control evaluation, the majority of our federal compliance work, and also regular just planning for the financial audit as a whole. We came back into the phase 2, which was really the bulk of the lifting for the numbers of the audit and the ACFR, which is looking at those year-end numbers through June. In November of 2022, we did that, and then following into the last phase of the reporting and completion, and as Mindy said, working together to present the final ACFR document that you see before you, that 331 pages this year. And we could go to the next slide. All right. This next slide is really, jumped ahead on us. This is about management responsibility. So I talked a little bit about our responsibility as it relates to giving that opinion. The management of the district, including the board and audit committee, retain the responsibility for the financial statement preparation itself and for the financial statements that those contain. And in addition, management also retains a responsibility for compliance with Nevada revised statutes and federal compliance requirements. And you're also required to establish and maintain relevant internal controls for the financial statement preparation. So making sure that you have processes and controls in place that facilitate properly stated and fairly stated financial statements and for compliance. Okay. This slide is intended to communicate any new standards from an accounting standpoint that would have had an impact to the financial statements of the district. There were new accounting standards which were released and were adopted by the district in the current year, including one significant one for many governmental agencies throughout the country, which related to lease accounting. However, with in concert with management's assessment of that implementation, there was no material effect to the financial statements for this year. So no change that you need to be made aware of for those new accounting standards. This next section, we really talk about and are required to communicate to you if we make any audit adjustments or propose any audit adjustments. And that's what's called a corrected misstatement. If we had to post an adjustment in order to give our opinion over the financial statements or unmodified opinions, then we would communicate that in this slide. Uncorrected misstatements would also be communicated. Those are differences which aggregate together throughout the audit process and are larger but not large enough to require an adjustment in order to give our opinion. I'm happy to say that we had no uncorrected or corrected misstatements in the 2022 fiscal year audit, so that's a good result there as well. This slide really is sort of a catch-all of communications that we are under the auditing standards required to make to you as those charged with governance of the district. These, I will go through them. However, if we hadn't identified any of these things to communicate with you all, they would have been brought forward much earlier than this presentation, and these would be recapping what we'd already talked about. But there were no difficulties encountered with management and no disagreements with management, no consultations with other accountants. That is, to clarify, consultations with other accountants is, if we became aware of management asking other accounting firms on their position on how to account for something, say a new accounting pronouncement, we would make you aware of that. And another phrase or terminology that's commonly used to describe that is opinion shopping. We didn't have any of those items made aware to us. So, and then if there were any other significant items that we need to be making you aware of, we would do that at this time. However, there were none. So good result all in. So that culminates to the results of the audit, and our audit opinions are included in the ACFR that you have before you. For the financial statements and federal compliance, we gave what's called an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is also known as a clean opinion, or the highest level of assurance that you're looking to achieve out of an external financial audit. I will say that really is the result of management's efforts throughout the year, in addition to compiling the document that you have before you. It's really about the processes and controls that were in place throughout the year that allow us to have the information we needed, that it was correct, and that we were able to then give our opinion, which is a good result, 0. Okay. And here's just really, rather than diving into the document, you have before you sort of a summary of the results here. If you look at the government-wide summary section, this is the district as a whole, including all funds, including your long-term liabilities and your long-term or capital assets. So you've got a total assets of $1.9 billion at the end of June, a net position or equity of a negative $193.4 million. And then we've given some context to that negative $193 million, and factored into that number is your proportionate share of the net pension liability for Nevada PERS, so that's $480 million, and then your net OPEB liability of $84 million. And those two numbers combined are both calculated based on an actuarial estimation, and so they're not sort of hard numbers, if you will, that are true full current liabilities of the district. The total net change in position, or basically your net income in the 2022 year, would be $126 million increase over the year prior. So quite a big jump from last year to this year. The general fund has at $61.6 million at the end of June. It has an equity balance there of that number, and that went up from the prior year of about $3.3 million. It's really just to give context as to some of the debt transactions that were entered into in the current year. You had 49.2 of general obligation bonds, 64.9 million in general obligation refunding bonds, which is a refinancing of current or existing debt in order to save on interest expense over the life of the debt. And then an additional 3.4 million of direct placement or direct debt used for the purchase of district vehicles. So, we would also be communicating whether we had any significant reportable findings or issues that we identified during the audit process. I'm happy to say that, again, there were no deficiencies requiring to be reported during this year's audit. So again, tremendous effort by management to be able to get through a lot of the requirements this year with, implementing a new standard, although it didn't have an impact, and then changes to federal funding, so additional COVID funding this year that was not present in the prior year, which had different requirements that they had to follow. So all good things that were a resulting outcome there. Okay. Oops, there we go. This slide here is really just giving a little bit more context or background to the pension liabilities and the OPEB or other post-employment benefits liabilities. So just giving some context here, the pension liability that's included, and I mentioned before, was that $480 million, your proportionate share of that number. That's run through the Nevada PERS, our Nevada Public Employee Retirement System. And there's an actuarially determined or estimated number for that total liability. This year, that number did go down in net as a result of positive changes in investments as they were valued at the end of June of 2021, which is when the plan is valued for the financial statements here for Washoe. And then the OPEB liability also actuarially determined and represents those medical or life insurance benefits that are provided to retirees of the district. And that also went down as a result of changes to the discount rate and in the current year estimates. So happy to expand on any of those numbers as requested by the board. However, ultimately, those were part of that unmodified opinion over the district's financial statements as a whole. So, I'll conclude here, but I'll definitely take any questions that the board has for me or for management team. We can discuss those, but in total, the results of our audit concluded that the financial statements were fairly stated, that the audit did not have any adjustments that we had to record, and there were no findings that we had to report to you all or to management as a result of our audit. So everything was ultimately prepared as we needed and timely, and I really appreciate everyone's efforts in the audit process. I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rabley. There you are. Hi. I like your location, if that's where you really are.
I know. I wish I could be here in real life.
I do have one question for you. Given the incredible size of the assets, almost $2 billion, and these other numbers here, it feels to me that this is outstanding to have a clean ACFR with these numbers that we're looking at. Would you professionally agree that the accounting practices here at the Washoe County School District are impressive from a professional standpoint?
I mean, there's always areas where that controls or processes could be improved. I mean, I would agree that these are there's always challenges as well from a staffing perspective, right? To be able to compile documents together, and I have the utmost confidence in the management team from the financial side for the district. So I appreciate their effort. Definitely a significant effort that was achieved.
Thank you very much. It is worth mentioning that this is our third clean ACFR, which is no minor feat. And so a sincere thank you to Mark and Mindy and your teams. This is really incredible. Clean accounting and openness with numbers is incredibly important, and it's part of how we build our trust with our community, within our state, and nationally. And this kind of a recommendation from the auditor is incredibly important, and it shows that we handle our accounting and our finances out in the open, and it's very, very impressive. On that note, I see Superintendent Enfield leaning in.
I was teasing our CFO, Mark Mathers, that he might get a swelled head, but I actually believe that that swelled head is rightfully due. It is not insignificant to have a third straight year of a clean audit, and it is because Mark and Jeff and the team, Mindy, everybody, are so diligent and so good at what they do. And so I want to publicly thank you and the team as well, because this is a big deal.
So we'll go ahead and we'll just take public comment, and then we'll open it up to the board.
Bruce Parks.
Hi, Mr. Parks.
Thank you once again, Madam President. I have some financial questions for this entity. I would for the record, Bruce Parks. I would like my comments entered into the record, which I will provide you when I finish talking. First of all, per pupil funding, board has frequently made excuses that Washoe County School District's worst in the nation performance is due to a lack of funding. There are at least 7 other states that fund lower than Nevada, several more that fund almost the same, and yet all of them outperform our students. This includes Florida and Utah, which both rank in the top 10. Why hasn't the board contacted directors of education for all these states and asked them how they're able to fund lower and yet outperform higher? 2, educators' pay. While students taught by Nevada teachers rank 50th in the nation, teachers' pay ranks 24th, principals' pay ranks 23rd, and superintendent's pay ranks 17th. That means Washoe County School District is paying more to its instructional employees and receiving far less in academic results than the majority of other states. Why hadn't the board brought this up to the public? This is something that won't come out in an audit. Privatizing non-instructional services. From 30 to 70% of national school districts privatize a variety of non-instructional services. Savings range from 20 to 40% in the short term, and even more when you factor in that it frees the districts from lifetime pension commitments. What non-instruction services is WCSD currently privatizing? Why hasn't the board requested the superintendent get estimates from local companies for all non-instructional services? Compare them with what Washoe County School District is currently spending for in-house employees and report this information at a board meeting. Washoe County School District last year quoted that the police force cost Washoe County School District approximately $5 million per year plus lifetime pension costs. Average Washoe County School District police salary is $27.46 an hour plus benefits and pension, 20% higher than average school police salary, 40% higher than average security guard salary. Chief of Police is paid $170,000 a year. With the Sparks and Reno Police and Washoe County Sheriff's Department already having jurisdictional responsibility for all of Washoe County schools, why hadn't the board gotten a comparison bid from a security guard company for privatizing the services? Superintendents, a comparison. Washoe County School District has 60,000 students. Los Angeles Unified has 600,000. Washoe County School District superintendent oversees 100 schools. Los Angeles Unified 1,000 schools. Washoe County School District 5 field superintendents. Los Angeles Unified 6.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Judy.
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, my name is Kalen Evans. Just wanted to clarify a couple of things for the record, people paying attention at home. According to the Education Law Center, they put out a national report every year. It's one of the most comprehensive funding reports in the country. That's the Education Law Center. Nevada ranks 47th in per pupil funding. They also go into a metric called school finance, and school finance breaks down funding level, funding distribution, and funding effort. Okay, and you can look up these things. If you look at all 3 of those factors, Nevada is the only state in the country that received all Fs across the board in funding, level, distribution, and effort, which ranks us 50th in school finance. Washoe County is the lowest funded school district in the state of Nevada. We are in the bottom 5% of districts funded nationally. And just speaking on behalf of the certified staff, when we talk about teacher pay, you have to also factor in class size. Nevada has some of the largest class sizes in the country. If you account the teacher pay based on the amount of students they service, we are back down in the bottom quartile of teacher pay. So if you think about that in another profession, we are getting paid to do twice the work, but with not as much pay. A couple things. We have classified staff that make between $10 and $11 an hour. What's a couple other things? So I just think it's really important that, yes, there is a lot of work to do in the Washoe County School District, but to be very clear, the lack of academic output by critics of our district, putting any of that on the backs of the professionals in the building is unacceptable. The only reason that our economy keeps going and our education system continues to move is because of the employees that are in the building. So every day we should be just saying thank you to them for showing up so that everybody else can go and do their jobs as we continue to break our backs for the students in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mike Krogan.
Hi, Mr. Krogan.
Hello, everybody. Mike Krogan for the record. I want to congratulate you for running a public school, and I would ask you to continue to be mindful of that. There are private schools available, and a public school is a public school in the same way that a fire department is a public service and a police department is a public service. It's not a private for-profit enterprise. It is what has made this country great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krogan.
That's all I have for this item.
All right, let's bring it back to the board. Do we have any questions for our presenters? I see Trustee Church.
I think most of my questions can be handled with Mr. Mathers, but the other gentleman's welcome to chime in. First of all, again, congratulations. I was sending out emails, when's the ACFR coming out? And when I get it, I actually read most of it, and I send it out to people that I know that have financial backgrounds, which I do not, and generally, the response was good. Now, that said, one question I get over and over, where in here do I find people go, what's the budget for the school district? Is that in here anywhere?
I think I recall that question from before.
Yes. There's no easy answer.
Yeah, so what we do is we break up the document by fund type. So we have the general fund, special revenue funds, capital project funds, debt service funds, and then we have our proprietary funds, which are enterprise fund and internal service funds. And it's, from an accounting practice, you really shouldn't be combining figures for proprietary funds with governmental funds necessarily because of the different measurement of accounting. But so Mr. Church, you would basically have to add those budget and actual numbers for each fund type together. So basically 6 fund types to get to some aggregate macro budget to actuals report.
Okay, and then I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but I looked through that, then I looked at the state, and it was somewhere, we file a form with the state of the budget, and it was approximately $880 million, or short of $1 billion. Is that, am I correct on that, or am I missing something?
From a budget standpoint, we're over $1 billion. And
over $1 billion.
Over $1 billion. And so I know when Mindy and I were working on some comparative information reports that you'll see in our popular annual financial report, I believe total expenditures, not expenses, but expenditures were close to $952 million. So the total budget being $1 billion, very close to that in terms of total actuals.
Okay, so it's kind of confusing for us lay people, but and it depends on how you define the budget. So one sense it's over $1 billion, one sense it's $952 million.
Well, $952 million are actuals. The $1 billion is the budgetary figure.
Okay. Yeah. Now, I did look for per pupil funding. I won't say that 3 times.
Okay.
I couldn't find it in there. Do you know, or does or auditor know? And I don't want to take up a lot of time if you know where to look, but if not, and you could get back to me later if you want, but. I can move on if you want, or if you find it, come on back.
Okay.
Page 239 talks about class size. And let me see if I can scroll down there. Let's go to 239. Is there a way to do this by page? Yeah, I'm almost there. When it takes the computer a second to get to that. But it looks like around 2017, we were really at a better class size per instructor, per teacher than we are now. Am I reading that correctly? And my computer's not.
So,
I look at a hard copy.
So this is part of the challenges of reporting, and again, there are rules and regulations about how to compile this information put out by the Government Finance Officers Association and other entities. And so when you see district-wide teaching staff, that includes both general education teachers, special education teachers, and so forth. That's and then we divide it, the calculation methodology that we have to follow is then to divide that through by enrollment. So it's a bit misleading in the sense that you're not seeing average general education class sizes. This includes special education, self-contained classes where the ratios are much lower, appropriately so. Right. So this is a composite average of all district-wide certified teaching staff divided through by enrollment. It is not a general education class size calculation, which is, I think, what you are looking for.
Great. Yeah, that's a good clarification because, yeah, one kindergarten class might have 10 kids and another one has 30, or one special ed might be one-on-one, or yeah, so that's good. I will not quote that in the future. Page 249 and 248. I just want to kind of put on record and see if I'm reading it right, because you're good at catching my mistakes. Basically, our enrollment for elementary schools, we're at 77% capacity, but then you've added 89%, so I don't quite understand that. And then middle school, 71% capacity, and high schools, 85%. But then you kind of different from last year. This was different, because I do my homework sometimes, but can you kind of explain those three numbers?
Yeah, this is a case where we had some flexibility about the calculation here, and in working with our capital projects and facilities management staff, and coming out of the facilities modernization plan work we've done, we wanted to enhance kind of the calculation of capacity. So, the historically what we would look at was kind of I'll simplify, and I know Adam's probably going to cringe, but it would be like, the way we've historically looked at it is the fire marshal's building capacity, right? And how many total students could we cram into a school? But we know, based on our class size requirements, you can't do that. So there are maximum class sizes that we abide by, that we set internally. And so that may mean, if the maximum class size was 15 and you had 39 students, that would necessitate 3 classes, and there'd be 13 children per class. This is not typical. I'm just giving an example. So that might tell you, oh, we've got room for an additional, 16 children. But for that zoned area, there's only 39, say, third graders, and they necessitate 3 teachers and 3 classes. And so it's just not as easy as saying, well, the total building capacity is 600 and you've got 550 kids, so you should be able to cram 50 more in there. Well, that would require a zoning change and putting them in there, which isn't going to happen mid-year. So what we tried to do was enhance the capacity information report you see here by also looking at just the number of total classrooms used, right? So we get back to that scenario where, gosh, sometimes 1 or 2 extra children trickle you over into adding, a teacher, and having a decently sized class size. So that's why you see two different measurements and calculations by school, one based on that enrollment, i.e. kind of like the fire marshal building capacity analogy I'm making. That would be the number based on enrollment. And then and then you see on page 249, for example, a calculation based on base classrooms, not including modular buildings. So how many classrooms are we actually using within the building? And so that's why you see so many schools at 100%, because we're using all of the available classrooms in the school. And then the last column under table 5.5 includes the modular space, which again is not ideal for sure, but just in terms of being comprehensive, we've provided that calculation. So there's three different calculations, one based on just enrollment, which is what we've historically done so you can compare prior years, but now we've added those two other calculations working with Mr. Searcy and his staff to give you a better picture of actually how much of a school's space is used.
Awesome. You made that, even I could almost understand most of that. So that we are so fortunate to have you. Thank you very much. Because I do read this and I do look at it. And then one other point to back you up what you're saying, we're seeing a lot of booming growth south and north, not so much in central Washoe Reno. So that creates the other problem is we have more kids up north, more kids down south, and we have to accommodate them. Real quick, back on 239, they did talk about enrollment of about 61,000. So that was basically mid-2022. Is that 61,702, 703?
Yeah, that's the average daily enrollment for the entire school year, not on count day, but for every day within the school year, the average daily enrollment.
Okay. Good thing to know because again, there's different facts and figures.
That's right. That's
that
right.
Either side could use. And now we're down maybe 1,000 below that approximately?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so around 61. And the only other thing I want to add based on what the speaker said, and I appreciate Mr. Parks, he came prepared. And, you know, whether you agree or not, he had some good stats and figures, and it does allow for good, robust discussion, whether you agree or not. And I've done my own, and I just want to put on the record that we could argue per pupil funding all day long, and we're never going to agree. But some of the figures, the Heritage Foundation, relatively conservative, ranked us 40th for per pupil funding. The NEA, the national NEA, ranked us 45th. So, you know, I think Mr. Evans said we were 49th in one study. So I think we can all agree we're towards the bottom. I think it's pretty hard not to agree that many of those below us do better. And those are just facts. But I won't beat a dead horse other than to say we can debate this all day long. We agree we're in the lower portion, but we're not last. And so people that do say we're last need to get their facts and figures. And then one other stat I came up with, I just took that 952, although I had a different number, divided by 60,000 students, and you get another figure for what we spend at Washoe per pupil. So we could go over that day by day, but I wanted to put that on the record that there's all kinds of figures on that subject. And I think that's all I had. You've answered a lot of my questions. You did a great job. Yeah, and I've been in meetings with other agencies that I won't mention where they did have those key material misstatements or whatever those bean counter accountant people use that mean look out, red flag, and we don't have those, so great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I do want to just add, because the number is actually set for this school year, the adjusted base pupil from the state is $7,318, which is the lowest. Now, I agree that we can take lots of different numbers and we can divide them. That is absolutely true. But that number, that's set from the state. So just want to make sure that that is clear on the record. And that is the lowest out of every county in the state of Nevada.
Can I clarify one thing on that?
Sure.
Again, this is from the State of Nevada website. I've got it right in front of me. And it says per pupil expenditures. Now we're getting into the weeds. 10,220. And the state average per pupil expenditures 9608. Although, trust me, I'm on board that we are not getting our proper per pupil funding compared to the other counties. So don't get me wrong there. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mark. And first, last, in the middle, you know, this is a great school district with some great teachers and families and students, and I'm proud to be part of it. A great superintendent, a great leader. So thank you for what you continue to do. I have just some clarifying questions. Can you tell us how we ended up on the general fund balance in terms of the percent of the general fund?
Yes, sir. Actually, that's shown in our transmittal letter, which I forgot to mention. So if you go to page Roman numeral 5, okay. So this is in the first section under introductory section. That shows our general fund balance as a percent of actual expenses. And we're at tick under 12%. We're at 11.9%, and you'll recall our fund balance target is 12%.
Yep. Okay. So and I guess that was the thrust of my question. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. And then can you tell us, too, again, clarify that our outstanding debt actually dropped?
It did, Trustee Mayberry, but I believe $7 million plus as we refunded debt for savings and also paid off debt. So that's kind of unusual for us, but that is true.
And I also wanted to, and you and I, Mr. Mathers, we've talked about this email from a member of the public to me, and again, I just want to get this on the record. It suggested that we requested a second extension for this document, and that's not true.
Correct. We did ask for an extension, one extension. It was based on, again, vacancies in staff, so a recurring theme. It doesn't just hit the classrooms, it hits our departments, and for whatever reason this year the business office was hit with a number of vacancies, and so that did delay the production of some of the financial documents to our external auditor, but it's just kind of a quirk of state law, actually, that school districts have one less month to complete their annual financial statements than cities or counties. I can't explain why, but we have one less month, and this year we needed that extra month.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mindy, for your help. And I love your comment, Mark, on no drama. You know, that's my mantra too. # no drama. Thank you.
Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I can segue into that because drama in the finance department is never a good thing. We know that. And welcome, Mindy. It's nice to meet you because I know that most numbers people are like way in the back and we never see them, and it's nice to see you. And thank you for all this work. All I really want to say is you can't understand this document with one pass. I have special stickies that I use to remind myself of all the questions I'm going to ask my CPA husband, or I'm going to email you, and both are very responsive, and I appreciate that because this is important work. I want to thank Crow, the CPA firm. Thank you for your work. Your job is to find all the needles in the haystack. That's your job. And the fact that you didn't find any or none were substantive is high praise for our Washoe County School District because this is not a singular effort. There are many people that provide information to you, and then you make sense of it, and then you give it to us. And I do want to say that on page 7, there's a statement that I just think speaks to me, and I believe it'll speak to my colleagues. It is necessary to understand district activities, and that just sums up why this document is so important. Understand is a loose term. I'm always working on it, but thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
We'll continue around the way to Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm actually kind of trying to find it in here. Where could I find the budget for our police department? Would that be in here, like as far as I'm looking.
Yeah, so the functional categories that the state requires us to use does not, unlike cities and counties, does not break out public safety. So it's included in another category. So it is unfortunately not isolated. I always let people know that our data gallery on our website actually does provide information by kind of organizational unit, which for most of us is more informative. So there is information on the police department on the data gallery on our main website.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I just kind of want to go on the record stating, talking about budgets and things of that nature. I've had the pleasure of speaking with Sheriff Balaam and Chief Crawford a couple times, and I do know that the issue of school safety is one of my biggest things. I think that's pretty much all of us. We all care about that, and I know that police recruiting is hard nationwide. I know Sheriff Balaam has problems actually getting deputies out of the jail onto the road. I know Crawford is having hard times as well, and I do have friends and family that work for Reno, and actually there's times where there's only 10 police officers covering the city of Reno, 10. So, and just kind of, I'll just go on record stating that I will take one of our school police officers over 5 security guards any day. So I know we have outstanding officers, and they're here for the children. They can easily go to another agency making far more money, but they're here for a reason, and I'll take them any day. Thanks.
Thank you, Clerk Rodriguez. Trustee Westlake.
Hi, thank you so much. So, and I'm not exactly sure of the exact percentage, Mr. Mathers, but in our discussion and meeting the other day, I think it was the state funding for our special ed was something like 35 point something, and out of our general fund, we're 55 point something. And I would just like to encourage everyone to really hold our legislature to their fiduciary responsibility for mental health. Our business should be the business of teaching, and we're being stressed now and really put to the task of providing mental health, which I don't want it to be misconstrued. I absolutely feel that every child, no matter what their circumstances, should be receiving the same education. However, I think our state needs to be held, like I said, to the fiduciary responsibility of funding that. And I think if we can get our legislature to realize their responsibility in this, to create individuals who are on sounder footing, and we can get back to more of the business of teaching every child in an equal, equitable fashion, and the funding comes from the state, I think we could really make some headway here. But as long as our general fund is basically funding what the state's responsibility is, in my opinion, we are always going to be behind in that task. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. All right, most of our lights we've had the opportunity, so I see a couple more now. Trustee Rodriguez, did you want to jump in on that immediately?
No, Madam Vice President, I was actually ready to make a motion.
Oh, I see Trustee Church.
I'll try to be
light
really
is done.
quick. One thing I forgot, page 9 talks about PERS liability and that it decreased. So we're in here, I couldn't find it, but am I correct, or maybe you can address what we pay somewhere between 50% of staff. Sometimes we pay half the PERS, sometimes we pay all of their PERS retirement. Can you just give us a quick synopsis of that? What do we pay generally?
So that would be, that information's provided in note 8, I believe, of the notes. Yes. Kind of go into the rates. So the rates for fiscal year 22 were 29.25% for regular members and 42.5% for police and fire. As you know, we were notified of PERS rate increases recently, and that's based on fiscal year 22 results. But as Mr. Rabley indicated, our reporting of PERS results is lagged 1 year. So we're reporting results for the fiscal year 21 year for PERS in order to incorporate that into fiscal year 22 audit. So things won't look nearly as rosy in terms of that PERS liability for the next year's ACFR.
Okay, that's extremely important, because I did want to get that on the record. It's essentially, it's a unfunded mandate from the state, from the legislature. As Trustee Westlake said, they have to accept their responsibility. I hate it when they do that. I mean, there's no public vote. It's a bureaucracy and we pay that. And it went up to 50% for public safety and something, 29% for other employees?
More than percent.
Pardon?
More than 33% for general employees, wow. Yes.
What, like for teachers, for some of the big groups, teachers and police, what percent of that do we pay, and what percent is borne by the employee?
You know, so technically you'll hear it said that employees pay half and the employer pays half, and that's how state law reads. For those who worked at the state, we know that you really actually do, the employees really actually do pay half of the PERS rate out of their paychecks. Here it's a little bit more complicated, but certainly, you know, on a forward-looking basis, any PERS rate increase is shared half by the employee, half by the employer. So when the PERS rate for police goes up 6%, the employee does see a 3% reduction in their pay on their paycheck, and then we cover the 3%, the other half.
So basically, it's a hardship on the employee and the employer.
Yes.
And so, in addition to those pay raises that people see, that's a pay raise essentially we give the employee through PERS by paying our half, more or less.
I don't think employees would look at it that way.
No, no.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a pay increase because it's not an increase in their take-home pay. It's our share of the obligation of future pension benefits, and it has only gone up, as I think you know. It's a burden on our budget, but I wouldn't call it a pay increase because the pension benefit's not increasing for the employee. This is just an increased cost to pay for the current level of benefits that were promised to employees.
Yeah. Well, so I misspoke. That's a terrible term I use, so I apologize. But yes, we're bearing the burden of part of that pay, of that unfunded mandate from the state.
And our employees will too. I mean, come July 1, unfortunately, there will be a deduction to employees' net pay for that half of that PERS rate increase until we're able to negotiate salary increases later on in the fiscal year. So it's not good news for sure.
Correct. I just hope the legislature's listening and the public, and so they understand that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for this discussion. Trustee Woodley, did you have anything to add?
No, ma'am. Just I'm ready to make a motion.
Let's get to it.
All right. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022, as recommended by the Audit Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you so much to all of our presenters, and thank you so much for Mr. Wrigley. All right, so we're going to have a small change. We have our families and our students for item 5.03. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to move to that, and then following this quality of education presentation, the board will take a short break, and then we'll continue on with item 5.1 and then 5.2. And so now we'll go ahead and we will open item 5.03, quality of education, and we will invite in for our presentation and discussion of the school spotlight. And today we are highlighting the success of students attending Lena Jupiter Elementary School.
Thank you, President Smith. They are on the way in. I had to make a quick bathroom stop, and I let them know that we were going to adjust the agenda to move them up so that they're not waiting around. And I believe they are here.
Welcome.
She's like, it's not us. And I believe that Mike Paul will be introducing. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. And President Smith, if I may, as we're welcoming our guests in, especially for our new trustees, as part of the board's commitment to reporting out on quality of education, we do this in 2 ways each month. One month you get a data-driven presentation around what our scores and other things are telling us and what we're doing in response, which is great. But then we also highlight a school, and we ask the staff to come, and we also honor some of our outstanding students. And so this is your quality of education, and Juniper is here with us, and I believe Mike Paul is going to introduce.
Hi, good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Infield, and Board of Trustees. I am Area Superintendent Mike Paul, and I am very pleased to be here before you today to introduce some truly amazing students, parents, and educators that represent Lena Juniper Elementary School in Sparks. I've had the pleasure of working with Juniper for the last 2 years and working with Principal Kim Polson. And over that time, I have watched Principal Polson lead a dynamic group of teachers and staff that really are focused on student learning and improving student learning. And I think also just as important to how they work each and every day to ensure that their students and their parents and their staff members truly do belong to a community of school there at Lena Juniper. So with that, I am not going to take any more of this time because this is all about Juniper and the amazing work that they're doing at Juniper. So I am going to turn it over to Ms. Polson so she can tell you all about the great things that happen at one of the best schools that we have here in our school district.
Welcome, Principal Paulson. Oh, okay. Good evening, President Smith. Congratulations, Superintendent Enfield, and the members of the Board of Trustees. I am Kim Polson, Principal of Juniper Elementary, and with me today are a few of our many Juniper student superstars: Sierra Kays, Madison Blomberg, Maggie Olafson, Violet Shore, and James Moser. Parent representatives Billy Peterson and Melissa Olafson, our school counselor Jen Harvey, our communities and schools representative Libby Rionda, and our learning facilitator Frank Rivas. Juniper is honored to be chosen for the Washoe County School District School Spotlight this evening. I have been principal at Juniper for the past 9 years and am in awe of this opportunity every day when I drive up to our beautiful school. This community of educators, which includes every single adult in our building, from our Dean of Students to our Nutrition Services Manager, is fully dedicated to growing children, both academically and socially emotionally. Our parents and guardians support our efforts and remain our most valuable resource. In addition, we have been honored to have community support through organizations such as Communities in Schools, as well as an abundance of donated time and financial support from outside agencies. Sorry, I'm just reading off this, but it's hard to say everything that I need to say about this beautiful school of ours. So so I would like to start our presentation with a few of our many Juniper student superstars. We were asked to choose one. I could never choose one. We have Sierra Kays, so as I call your names, if you guys want to come up. We have Sierra Kays, Madison Blomberg, Maggie Olafson, Violet Shore, and James Moser. These 5th grade students will be singing our school song, We Are Juniper, which was written by our previous music teacher, Ashley Cousins. The students are accompanied on, I think it's ukulele. Yes, never used to say it like that. Elizabeth Eggleston. She is our new music teacher there, who quickly has become an integral part of Juniper due to her enthusiasm, musical talents, and unwavering dedication to kids. Each Friday morning, she leads our students over the intercom in singing our school song. I will now turn it over to her and our Juniper superstars.
We are Juniper Elementary School. We stand in unity. We are Juniper Elementary School. Friends and family. Learning and playing is what we do at
asked each one of these brave students to say a quick few things about themselves, and so I'm going to have them just plop in that chair and say your name.
And then Principal Wilson will have certificates for them and a photo op we'd like to do right after.
Hi, my name is James Moser. 3 words to describe me are smart, kind, and caring. One thing I think you should know about me is I love to build Legos and might want to become an engineer someday. I feel like I belong at Juniper because all the kids are kind, caring, and do their best.
Hi, my name is Violet Shore. 3 words to describe me are brave, self-efficient, and smart. One thing you should know about me is I love animals. Juniper is a welcoming because we treat people how we want to be treated.
Hi, my name is Maggie Olafson, and 3 words that I think describe me are creative, caring, and smart. One thing I think you should know about me is that I like to bake and I like to do art. I feel like I belong at Juniper because everyone respects everybody else's differences and everybody's nice to each other about them.
Hi, my name is Sierra Case. 3 words to describe me are creative, caring, and brave. One thing I think you should know about me is I love animals. I would like to volunteer in an animal shelter. I feel I belong to Juniper because when I walk through the doors, I feel happy and safe.
Is it okay if I?
Yeah.
Thank you
so much.
Nope, sorry, you don't get to go yet, Principal Wilson. We have to honor these students. So to James and Maggie and Violet and Madison and Sierra, congratulations. You are our Washoe County School District Student Superstars for the month of January, first month of 2023. And we have a certificate for each of you with your name on it that says, in recognition for your outstanding contribution to your school and our community, we honor you as a WCSD Student Superstar. And you are chosen because you are such role models in your school and your principal, and I know your families and your staff are so incredibly proud of you. So it's going to be a little bit crowded, but I think we're going to try to have you come up so we can give you your certificates and take a photo with the trustees. Is that okay? Let's do it.
All right. So I don't know if you guys know why we were chosen, but we were chosen to present today based on our school data for the last school year. And in a minute, we will share some of our school data because these data points do drive our instruction. Data is what we use to collaborate and plan around. It defines our school community to a small degree. But first, I would like to explain what really defines Juniper, which is our commitment to supporting the individual needs in our community. When creating a theme for our school this year, my focus was to capture the sense of belonging and family that is Juniper. The theme I chose was You Belong Here. In developing this theme, I was struck with the enormity of what it really means to belong to a school community. In my research, I found this definition. A sense of belonging in school is the degree to which staff and students feel respected, accepted, and supported by one another. It has been linked to a student's and teachers' attention and efforts, and in their persistence and completion of learning activities. In this sense of belonging includes their connectedness to their school and their outside lives, their interests and their feelings, and then also their accessibility to content. I quickly realized that this beautiful sentiment, belonging, was a very heavy lift when really considering the diverse and vast needs and interests of every teacher, student, parent, and community member at Juniper. The reality being a commitment to differentiating our approach to each family and student in order to ensure their path to continued success, including so many things: instruction, mental health, culture, interests, emotions, learning strategies, and so much more. So what we came up with as a staff was our essential question, which is on the bottom of the slide here. How will we as a staff differentiate to ensure our school climate leads to the healthy academic and social emotional development of each student, family, and staff member? So our mission statement is what we have taken to follow, what we have followed to start to ensure that happens. I think if anybody ever says that they, as school community, can fully differentiate to meet every single need and every single interest and feeling of every single person in their community, that's a far reach, and we are giving every bit of our effort to doing exactly that. So our mission statement is we are following a continuous cycle of improvement, a plan, do, study, act cycle, to ensure that our school climate leads to the healthy academic and social emotional development of each student, family, and staff member. So if a student comes in academically needs support with math, well, right wherever they are, we start right there and we take them there. If it's social emotional needs of an entire family, if it's food, if it's no matter what it is, we just start right there with them and we take them where they need to go. So we want our mission statement, our vision statement is that all members of our community will say, I belong at Lena Juniper Elementary School. That makes me want to cry. To give you a glimpse into this school community, I would like to introduce some people to talk around how they feel about belonging at Juniper. So first I would like to introduce two of our parent representatives from Juniper, Billy Peterson and Melissa Olafson, because Maggie just let me realize that I'm saying that wrong. And I asked them to share what it means to belong at Juniper. So please welcome them.
Welcome, thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Olafson. My daughter Maggie just sang and got an award. Thank you so much. I have a fifth grader, obviously, and a fourth grader at Juniper. They've been there since kindergarten. And, you know, aside from, really from day one, when I had a stereotypical, oh my gosh, my baby's going to kindergarten meltdown, I have felt welcomed at the school. The kids do. They've made friends. They've excelled. The sense of belonging that Ms. Polson talks about is very evident every day because they like going to school. They don't like homework, but they like going to school. They love their teachers. They know everybody, from Ms. Polson down to The janitors, all the staff have always made them feel safe and secure, and they have a real affinity for the place, which is really what belonging is. So we are very grateful that they could go to the school and experience this and have such a good experience, because it's just going to lead to great things in the future in the district. So thank you so much to you guys. Thank you so much to Ms. Polson. We're very just proud of the school and happy to be a part of it.
Thank you.
How did you do all that without writing that down? Hi there, my name is Billy Peterson. I am a parent at the school of several children who have attended, not several, 3 children who have attended, and 1 who currently attends. Mrs. Polson asked me here today to answer the simple question of why my family belongs, and I'm going to do this without crying. We've had children attend at this school for 9 years, so 1 year ahead of Mrs. Polson coming in, and we had a rough year that year, but ever since then, we have felt like we've belonged. So here we go. My family belongs at Lena Juniper because we are welcomed with open arms each and every day, and we have grown up with this school. Because of the love and the support of the staff has shown for us for all of these 8 years, they've grown up with our 3 children. We've grown up with them. Gosh, I'm losing myself here. They show so much love and support to my children and my family, and we feel welcomed every day. They ask me inside of their school to volunteer, and I do every day. And I do it with a smile on my face. I love being there, and I love to see these kids get used to me. They see me every day, smiling right back. I get waves from some of these even superstars that you guys met here today. It's been a great experience, though. My 2 older children have both excelled. I now have a senior at AACT High School, 4.0 student, doing amazingly, and I can't credit Lena Juniper enough with helping him get started. Right down to I have my little one here behind me. She's hiding probably in the seat back there. But any which way, just to answer that question wholly, lastly, Lena Juniper welcomes each and every unique individual and each and every unique family. And we see it every day. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to introduce Jen Harvey, our school counselor, and Libby Rianda, our communities and school representative. These 2 ladies support the social emotional needs of our students and staff, and they are a dream team.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. We're the dream team. My name is Libby Rianda. I am their Juniper's Community and Schools Liaison. So to begin, at Juniper, our Counseling Department and Communities and Schools CIS program work collaboratively to ensure our students and families feel that they belong. We work to break barriers to education. CIS addresses behavior, attendance, and connectedness for our students and families. In conjunction, the counseling program offers students supports for healthy academic and social and emotional development through regular classroom lessons and small group support. We addressed emotional control with the whole school this year using the zones of regulation.
I am Jen Harvey. I'm the counselor at Wonderful Juniper. We have an active PBIS program. The kids love getting their stallion stars for anything from on-task behavior to helping our custodians in the lunchroom. We also have 5th grade student leadership. These students are the role models of our school. They take on community activities like food drives, KTMB cleanup projects. They decide on school spirit activities, volunteer their time for our school community activities, and they present to the board. That's half of our leadership team. Yeah. We hosted a community resource night in the fall for parents to connect with local agencies. We had 14 representatives from the community, such as 4Kids Foundation, Zephyr Wellness, JTNN, and the Washoe County Health Department, to just name a few. Suffice it to say that at Juniper, everyone does it all. A teacher recently was quoted as saying, "We work to build a community that engages in inclusion, respect, and integrity, a community that supports both families and students alike. At Juniper, we work as a team for each student and their unique abilities. At Juniper, we are family, and this is our home." Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Finally, please welcome Frank Rivas. Frank has been a teacher at Juniper for 13 years, and I just thought I'd throw it out there that he does have his admin degree. He's a future leader of a school himself. Remember this face and name. This year he is our building learning facilitator, and he's going to present a few of our data points for Juniper.
You went the wrong.
Welcome, Mr. Rivas.
He also is my technology guru, so that's okay. There we go.
Okay, is that the first one? Yeah. Okay, cool. Welcome. Again, my name is Frank Rivas. Thank you guys for having me. So taking a look at the data that we're incredibly proud of, this first slide shows our SBAC proficiency levels, which is one of the reasons why, kind of highlighted our school. So you guys all have copies of our school demographics and these proficiency graphs in your packet. We were chosen to present because we were one of 23 out of the 66 schools to exceed proficiency rates from 2019 to 2022 in ELA. We were also one of 19 out of 66 schools to exceed proficiency rates in math from 2019 to 2022. And we are also proud to share that we exceeded these levels in all of our student demographics and special populations. So again, this took us from before the pandemic to just last year. So this is pretty incredible that we were able to maintain. Our second slide shows our chronic absenteeism in 2021 and 2022 was less than 5%. This was a group effort and took so much time and dedication, especially with COVID exclusions. We needed our students to be here, and we exceeded that. Let's see, in addition, 54% of our students also passed the WIDA tests, which shows increased proficiency in our language levels. So these are just a few of the data points. And finally, we would like to share our school-wide data sheet.
They have a copy of it.
Oh, okay. You guys have a copy of that.
It's the final sheet in your, the very back one, I believe.
So just a little bit about this information that's in there, which kind of attests to the strength of our school to work as a team, as a whole team. So each teacher administers, scores, and analyzes the progress of each and every single student's foundational skills. Teachers then use this formative data to plan for differentiated instruction to meet the needs of our students. Our school assesses each student 3 times a year in the fall, winter, and spring. This data shows levels in math, in reading fluency, spelling inventory, and our phonemic awareness data. And in the upper grades, we also monitor their SBAC data and their MAP data as well. And specifically in front of you right now, as we're all working on this at this precise moment, is data is just from one third grade classroom.
So it's the sheet that has all the yellow and all the columns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you take a look at that data in front of you right now, this is just one classroom in our school. This is a third grade classroom, which it's across the board. Our third grades were severely impacted by the pandemic. Every single score in yellow signifies our students that are below grade level. And these are the challenges that we are facing right now in real time as we gear up to face the last half of this year. So again, this is the beauty of Juniper's. We will take a look at this and creatively, with the engagement of all the staff, try and meet these needs. So as you can see, it's not an easy lift for sure, but that's the beauty of Juniper. Keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is incredible.
And we wanted to share that piece of data because SBAC is an end-of-the-year result. It's one score. It's summative. These tests are formative throughout the year, and they are really the tests that guide us on what our instruction needs to look like and how we need to differentiate to make sure that our students feel like they belong at our school because we're able to meet them where they are academically. And then, you know, I remember my first year at Juniper when we did this and the whole thing's yellow and you're like, okay, well, where do we go? And it's not daunting anymore. It's just part of making a plan for us. So that's a big part of our data. Another, and you guys don't have this slide, is the very end. And so these are another piece that you have in your packet is our focus plan for this year. When I started at Juniper, we had 3 focus items on there, and we've grown every year once we become proficient at one of the things that we're trying to do. For example, giving math formative assessments. We then move to the next step that we're going to do, but we all work on those things as a whole team together, filling in gaps and picking each other up. And so those are just some of the things that we're doing different. But what I wanted to show you is, sorry, I'm stumbling, the differentiated piece through all that. We're going to differentiate instruction. We're going to differentiate how we contact parents. We're going to differentiate what kind of supports we give to the students. And all of that is such a big job. And I can't think of doing it with anybody other than the staff at Juniper. I have this quote. It says, find a group of people who challenge and inspire you and spend a lot of time with them, and it will change your life. And it's definitely changed mine. And finally, I want to end with a quote that was at our LTL meeting from our deputy superintendent that just says, we need people to invest light and love into people who feel like they don't belong. And that's our mission at Juniper this year. And thank you so much for having us. We appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. So before you leave, so you've got some special magic that's happening there, and maybe this is a question for our superintendent or Dr. Mike Paul. Is there a mechanism where you can share this magic that you have with other schools who are interested in exploring it in their own schools? Like, is there knowledge sharing that happens among leadership teams?
I really believe that in order to do the things that we have been able to do at Juniper, and for people to feel the way they do when they walk into our building, it starts with the culture. It starts with us accepting each other and understanding and having each other's backs and filling in for each other no matter what. And so I don't know. I feel like, to be very honest with you, it's what a lot of brand new principals really need a lot more time and experience with. And so anybody that ever wants to come and share our process, or we could share our process with them, I think that would be amazing, because it starts with how people feel into a school building. I really, really believe that.
Yeah. And just to add on to that, it starts from the top. So we have an incredible administrator that supports the staff. She has the back, and then able to bring in the community. And once all of those pieces are in place, like these challenges that you see in front of you, we can meet that. But really, it starts with the culture. And we can work from there. We have something that kind of connects and glues all of us together, and that's that magic piece that we've been talking about. So.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I see Dr. Paul.
Yes, well, I think one thing we can try to start with is cloning Principal Polson, so we can see about getting going with that could be the first step.
Because I'm a really eloquent speaker at the board meeting.
Well, we just pour water on you and then you multiply, right?
Yes. No, but I agree about watching over the last year and a half to 2 years of working with Juniper, the systems approach that she takes with working with her staff is really remarkable to watch. and what I have learned with watching the systems approach. I know she spoke a lot to the belongingness and the connectedness of bringing in the families, which truly is remarkable, and I have seen that. And I don't think she spoke enough or gave herself and her staff enough credit to the academic systems that truly are happening at Juniper. And I believe that as we start to move forward and I get deeper into working with her and with our elementary schools and taking on a deeper role in an instructional leadership role in my capacity, to be able to work with her, for her to help mentor principals as well with those instructional leadership and academic capacities to mentor other principals on the systems-wise approach, I think will certainly be the direction that I would like to work with her on that. But I agree with you 100%. The gains that have happened at her school are tremendous, and it's that combination of the belongingness and the academic approach that have happened really are tremendous. So it was an easy choice to have Juniper be highlighted as one of my first schools to bring forward. So
we are Juniper.
Thank you so much. All right, everyone, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Oh, yes, and you are welcome to leave now, too, so you can go. And I think I heard a whisper from Trustee Mayberry giving you guys some special passes, but we'll see. I heard that. But thank you so much. We really appreciate it. This was an amazing presentation. And for everyone else, we're going to take a very brief 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and restart with item 5.01. Thank you. All right. All right, everyone. We're going to go ahead and we're going to keep this moving. I know the sun is setting and things are getting cold and icy outside, so we're going to keep moving on. And we have item 5.01. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to improve the recommendations of the Zoning Advisory Committee. And for this presentation, I'd like to welcome Adam Searcy, our Chief Operating Officer, and Christine Hull, the Zoning Committee Chair. Thank you.
Hey, welcome back. Good afternoon. Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer for the record. I'm just going to provide a brief introduction on this one. This is a recommendation from the committee that they have spent several months deliberating with a tremendous amount of information and are here tonight with an action to present. So I'll turn the next several slides over to Chair Christine Hull.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here on this snowy day. My name is Christine Hull, and the Zoning Advisory Committee is very near and dear to my heart. Not only did it allow me to meet Beth Smith, congratulations, Madam President, it's also allowed me to give back to our community, a community that I grew up in. So I went to Washoe County schools. I've taught in Washoe County schools, and my children are students in Washoe County. And so it means a lot to me to give back to our community in this way. So the Zoning Advisory Committee is a 13-member district committee. All of you have a representative on the advisory committee, as well as an administrative and education representative. We have representatives from the district office and some other community members. So it's truly a dream team of people who are giving back to our community in this way. We meet monthly for the most part, August through May-ish, depending on what you all have asked us to do. So we are truly a committee, a board committee. We work for you and what you've asked us to do based on the needs of zoning in our district. We operate primarily with Admin Regulation 7107, as well as Board Policy 7105. And we've done a really great job this year working with staff to actually have a slide for each presentation that goes point by point for anything that really is come to the forefront for both of those policies, so that we're really keeping those in mind, and all of our decisions are surrounded in those conversations, specifically Admin Regulation 7107. I think that's the next. Is that? No, that's not the next slide. One after. Okay. So we focus on, we talk about the programs that are at each school. We make sure we think about transportation. We don't want to add extra burdens to the transportation department. And we also look at variances at each school and how it would disrupt families for those things. So this is 7107. This is the one that we mainly focus on, keeping our subdivisions and small neighborhoods in the same attendance zone. As a social studies teacher, I can tell you we are trying to get away from gerrymandered zones is essentially what we're doing there. So we don't want neighbors going to different schools. Having students go to the closest school that they possibly can go to. Sometimes that's not perfect, but ideally we would like to do that. Again, number 3 is very similar to the whole gerrymandering issue, right? We don't want these like islands where this group of kids is like traveling through another zone to go to a different school. We also are really aware and I'm trying to think of the word, deliberate about keeping our feeder patterns. So that would be a whole elementary goes to a whole middle school, and that whole middle school goes to a high school. And I can tell you not only as a parent, but as a teacher, how important that is, because it allows our teachers to work together. When I taught in middle school, and I was the department chair at Sparks Middle School, I was able to speak to my feeder elementary schools, but my students went to 5 separate high schools. It was virtually impossible for me to know how to prepare them for what to expect at each of those high schools. So one of the wonderful things that we have done, and we've learned this through the facility modernization group, Canon Design, they mentioned to us that we have one of the most clean feeder patterns than any of the districts they've ever worked for. And I'm like, yes, we're doing exactly what we want to do. So, and then the last one is the transportation burden. We have been really, really deliberate about that. And Adam and his staff before we make a decision, that we have all the information we need from the transportation department about if it's going to add a bus, change routes, or impact transportation in any way. So. This one is really, it's emotional to have your zone changed. And a lot of times we get comments and concerns about, how zones work out. And so we've worked really, really hard to make sure that we're only talking about those things in the guidance and not talking about well, this is a low-income apartment complex, and that's not any part of our decision. We don't let it be part of our decision. We don't discuss it because that's not the point. The point is, again, to follow that guidance. And so we've never had a problem with this. We really try to stay on Neil's good side. We really try to do that. And so this is one of the areas that sometimes some of you may get emails from the community, and I know that several of you have reached out to us about some concerns about things, and oftentimes it violates the Equal Protection Clause, and so it's really easy for us to just say, that's not part of our committee, those aren't decisions we make, and that makes it pretty easy. Okay, so we have been looking at the North Valleys for several years. And recently, Lemon Valley Elementary School has kind of popped up on the radar as becoming very overcrowded. And I think it was said very well in the presentation earlier about the audit that we don't want kids in portables. We don't want kids in overcrowded schools. It's not ideal. And I would say Lemon Valley has more portables than I've seen in most schools. So we wanted to make an effort to make this happen this year. So we met 3 times about this in September, November, and then again in December. We made sure that all of the parents involved, I think there were 4 elementary schools that could potentially be impacted. They were sent the Connect Ed messages before each meeting. There were social media postings. We definitely always want people to come to our meetings, but we also understand that driving to the North Valleys in the evening is difficult with traffic, so we did not expect a lot of community members to come to our meetings. So instead, myself and our vice chair, we actually went to the schools and met with their PTAs, met with their teachers, and the 2 most impacted schools are Desert Heights and Lemon Valley. And so we specifically made sure to spend some time at those schools and met with, and really walked the school. We didn't just have a meeting in the principal's office. We had a walkthrough and got to see the classroom that's set up in the library at Lemon Valley. We got to see the 2 classrooms that are set up in there's multiple portables. There's pre-K programs really, really far away from the main center of the building. And it was, honestly, it's a little heartbreaking because that's not what I know is best for us, and I know we can do better, and so I'm really glad that we're able to do this year. So it was really, really important that we did that, and I think above all, I hope that the community knows that we really value their input. And what wound up happening at our meeting because of their input was a completely different recommendation than we initially expected. And that's the best outcome because we really listened to what they said and traffic patterns and needs of each neighborhood and making sure that we were really hearing what was best for them. Because zoning is hard, no matter rezoning, it's very difficult on families, and we know that. One other change we made is that we had initially considered it for 2 years, but there was some increased enrollment in the area, so much so that it actually was even more overcrowded than we expected. So you will see our recommendation is for this to start this coming school year rather than waiting a whole nother year so that these schools can have some relief.
Okay, well, thank you, Christine. I'll walk the trustees through the details. This is the existing zoning map. So just to get your bearings, you can hopefully find US 395 kind of moving across the middle of the page. You got Military Drive there and a couple other major roadways, Red Rock Road, etc. The blue lines represent our elementary school boundaries, and hopefully you can read and see the existing school dots. This action, just to be clear, only pertains to elementary school boundaries, so no middle school boundaries, which are represented by the colors, or high school boundaries are impacted by the recommendation. It is really only Desert Heights Elementary, Lemon Valley Elementary, Stead, and Alice Smith that were considered throughout these meetings. So these are the existing conditions. We put this slide on here to address the perhaps perception of continual action in this area, which is real, however, not related to these schools. So, to the average citizen, they're going, gee whiz, I feel like you've been having rezoning meetings for years pertaining to my community. I don't feel like that's fair. That doesn't align with our best practices. And so we wanted to just take a moment to clarify that those first two actions up at the top really were stemming from the opening of Michael Inskeep and associated rezoning that initiated. And then the third bullet really had more to do with the new O'Brien, the new larger O'Brien, and the new Hug, which opened and saw some rezoning from these communities to best take advantage of the available capacity. So that was just a narrative to kind of proactively dispel a perception of kind of over rezoning. But then diving in more into the existing conditions. So this slide is just a simple illustration of kind of the imbalance. Most of the work that the zoning committee has done over the years, at least since 2017, has been in response to the opening of a new school. Obviously, we need to redistribute the enrollment in those instances. This is one of the few instances where they've had an existing sort of neighborhood imbalance and strive to perhaps find a better distribution for those students. Another noteworthy point on this slide, and we've talked about this at committee and through their touring of those schools, learned a bit more about the layout of the schools that are the most populous on this graph. Lemon Valley instead, they're far older than Desert Heights and Alice Smith and slightly less well equipped to handle that level of overcrowding. It's a little bit difficult to put your finger on it, but the spaces and the flexibility on those older schools do not lend themselves as well to bearing the burden of those additional students. So that's, again, just existing conditions. These are the same numbers, the existing conditions with the projections for those four schools. Come as no surprise that there is and continues to be anticipated to be significant population growth in these areas. So action truly was warranted. Okay, so this is the existing conditions map again with a little more detail with streets and parcels. And this is the type of granularity that gets presented to this zoning advisory committee. If they're not good with maps and graphs and spreadsheets, they get pushed and trained and become pretty sharp at walking through all of these details. This is a summary of different neighborhoods that through staff's work, staff's analysis to say, hey, where could we carve out a community, a group, a neighborhood from one school zone to another that would not unreasonably break up a contiguous neighborhood. Taking those things into consideration, major existing boundaries, major roadways, major drainage ways, areas where if we were to redraw boundaries, it would make sense. And we created those little dashed red areas, A, B, C, and D, and said, hey, here's 4 reasonable possible subdivisions or areas where we could redraw the boundaries, and then started putting together scenarios and analyzing different combinations of moving those neighborhoods around what would provide the most appropriate overcrowding relief or rebalancing, and also valuing those other variables such as transportation and neighborhood connectivity and other things like that. As Chair Hull mentioned, so we actually presented 6 different configurations or options. We'll detail that on next pages. I just wanted to emphasize again, the original staff recommendation was not the one that was chosen by the committee, and that we find is more common than not because our staff's analysis is so poor, but really the completeness of the analysis and conversation that the zoning committee brings to these types of decisions is truly valuable, and that played out here as well. So this is actually the preferred recommendation voted on by the committee. This one never did get a number. We call it the hybrid option, but speaking in terms of the previous slide, the area at the top with the arrow was called Area B. That area is currently zoned for Lemon Valley Elementary School, and it would be moved into Desert Heights. In this scenario, Area A to the left or the west of it would remain. Area C to the east or the right of the Area B with the yellow arrow would also remain. And then the committee really looked at the Area D on the opposite side of the freeway, and through staff's analysis broke that into 2 portions. So D East, kind of going to the right, only contains about 25 students. They would be rezoned into Alice Smith, and D West would be rezoned into Stead Elementary. All of these scenarios involve students who are currently outside of the walk zone, or they're currently provided transportation and would be outside of the walk zone for their new schools, so would also be provided transportation, and through mere rerouting of those buses rather than the addition of an additional route or an additional bus, we're able to accommodate that. So essentially it's neutral on those students and on our transportation department. And these are the resulting maps. So this is the current boundaries. This is the before, and the after is right here. So this is what the elementary boundary lines will look like should this be approved. So you can see, if you just look at Alice Smith, they now go across the freeway and grab those neighborhood students. Same with Stead. Lemon Valley stops at the freeway and is shortened a little bit off of Military as described on the previous slide. So I don't know if you guys can follow all that. I'll do the before and after one more time. This is before, ready, set. You can see the movement. This is the before and after on the enrollment projections. So at the top are the existing conditions that we saw earlier, significant overcrowding and continued worsening overcrowding at Lemon Valley. And on the bottom, a much better balanced and redistributed enrollment across those 4 schools, with continued growth, of course, but much better balance for many years to come. This final slide is really just a summary of the 6 different iterations of those 4 neighborhoods that were combined and analyzed by the committee, and ultimately it was just through that input, community outreach, and group discussion that they arrived at the hybrid recommendation for all the reasons that we just presented. So the recommendation as depicted on these maps and graphs affecting all 4 of these schools, again, to emphasize, effective for next school year, 23-24. This is not predicated on the opening or the completion of the construction of a new school, so the committee felt strongly that the need or the overcrowding exists today, the opportunity to relieve that exists today, and that we should act more swiftly in this case for next school year. With that, we'll open it up to any questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have Superintendent Enfield.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to our chair and the zoning committee for their, I know this is hard work. Are there demographic changes that are going to result at these schools because of these decisions? that's data that I would like to see.
I believe they're all Title I schools, if that's what you mean, and I think they will all stay Title I, but that's, again, not something that our committee is able to discuss or does discuss, but it was brought up, and they will all stay Title I. They will continue to be, it should not impact that. But again, that's not something that we are able to include in our decision, because that's not our mission. That's not what we've been asked to do.
Thank you. So I very much support this, and one of the details that I appreciate you sharing is that you thought you would go in one direction and then you got community input and you landed in a different place. And that's not always the way that it works out, because sometimes the community wants the same thing, but that shows a healthy dialogue and an open-mindedness to landing in the right decision for the community. So on that note, we have some public comment.
Mike Krogan.
Mike Krogan, for the record. I have a new position for this woman at a national level. We're setting up all of the electoral districts throughout the country. And the second thing I'd like to do is ask a question. Were the resources for special education and the number of students in special education put into the balance and the mix in this rezoning? That can be, as a former special educator, that can be huge.
All right.
That's all I have for this item.
Thank you. I can mention that the educational needs of students are not a primary concern, but the allocations and the support for those students follow them to their new schools. And so do we have any trustees that have any comments or questions? Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. I too just want to thank Chair Hall for going above and beyond and actually going out to some of the schools. You went beyond your normal monthly meeting. So thank you for that very much. Thank you, Salsa.
And Vice President Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. And first, thank you, because this is mind-bending work, and I really appreciate you and your colleagues for going through this.
Sure. The geography teacher in me does not mind maps. I
Oh,
really
there
like
you
them.
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And of course, you have Adam and his team to, right, provide
Mhm.
valuable information. My
Yes.
question is this. I saw that there were 10 students that would be shifted from Lemon Valley to Stead Elementary, and I'm seeing they're already at 90%. That worries me a little bit.
Yeah.
Can you talk me down a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
We all had to really talk over that one a lot. And in the end, when we really looked at that school is so incredibly close to Stead Elementary School, and we'll be going to O'Brien, and they were traveling all the way up Lemon Drive to go to an overcrowded school as well. And based on this opportunity, it felt right to bring them to their closest school that could provide supports to their neighborhood as well. And so that was really the decision. And so I do know that it puts 10 more students instead, which is not a school that has a ton of room, but also when we talked about the building layout, Stead has more capability of taking on a little more students than Lemon Valley because of the actual building itself. So all of those things considered, it really did feel the right thing to do to bring those students to a much closer school. I know that Stead Elementary also does the home visit program, and they're right there, and that was also, those are opportunities that school will have with those students. Several of the teachers mentioned from Lemon Valley how far away those students felt. They traveled basically past multiple schools to get to Lemon Valley, and so it seemed to me that they didn't feel like that was their home. And after listening to the Lena Juniper students, that's what we want. We want students to feel like they're at their home school, that they're at the school that they can see. And so that was a hard decision. I'm not going to lie. We really struggled over that one because adding more students to Stead felt like kind of backwards. But again, in the long run, it felt like the right thing, and it's 10 students, so it doesn't push them way, way over. It's not like a neighborhood of 50 or 60 kids. It's 10. And we felt very strongly that Stead Elementary would be able to take those kids in and give them their homeschool feeling.
Thank you. I have two more questions.
Yep.
One is rather quick, and it's for COO Searcy. I noticed on one of the maps, new elementary school. Any kind of hope in when that might happen?
Thanks for pointing that back out. I failed to address that back on slide 8. You can see that red star really in the center. That's an 8-acre parcel that the school district owns currently, and we have in our long-term facilities plan. At this point, you look at the projections here and see that we're below 100% capacity through the end of the decade. A lot can change projection-wise. We own that property, and it's been master planned into the adjacent community. So time will tell. But when you see those enrollment numbers creeping up over 90% towards the end of the decade, know that there's a long-term solution in the plan. This is just more of a 5 to 10 year interim solution.
My 2 cents, sooner rather than later. Having said that, that could go for just about any area that's growing. My last question is, what kind of input do you receive from teachers, families, and principals? And then when is this going out to the families, sooner rather than later?
So, like I said, we do all the Connect Ed messages. I don't. The schools help us with that, and that is something that's really, really important. And President Smith was very insistent on that and set a tone. And that's how our committee works. And so everyone is communicated with. We were not getting a lot of input from the communities, and that's where we thought we need to go out there and see what's going on. And so that was our opportunity. So both myself and Adam and our Vice Chair Tyler were on a email chain with several of the principals, all four for this area, as well as the area superintendent, setting up any feedback that they could give us, times that we could go out there. So we had multiple communications with the principals. We had some opportunities to interact with the teachers and the parents through the PTA meetings. We did not get a lot of actual emailed in public comment, and we did not have anyone at the meetings. We had a few, but not a large amount. But again, we really felt like that had a lot to do with traffic and the timing, and so that's why we made the effort to go out there, and we did get some great feedback from them.
Thank you, and as my colleague Trustee Mayberry pointed out, thank you for going above and beyond to get as much information as you could. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Church.
Thank you. I just have a question on variances, but this is so complicated. I can't imagine that I would ever oppose your recommendation because it is so complicated. Again, the busing, the physical location, do they have to cross major streets, et cetera, et cetera. It's so complicated. But just for the record, if they want a variance, if they don't want to, if they're one of those 10 that doesn't want to go to that school, aren't we generally receptive to variances?
So I'll take a stab at that. First off, in the board policy, it specifies that the highest grade rising, so if you're an incoming 5th grader at Lemon Valley Elementary School and you're impacted and to be rezoned to Alice Smith, you actually have a guaranteed variance opportunity just for that highest grade rising to allow the student to finish their academic career there. But then, yes, by and large, we have openness to variances whenever possible. And I would also add variances to add to the complexity. People ask that question. People definitely talk about special programs such as special ed. So to your conversation earlier on the ACFR about the revised illustration of the enrollment and the utilization, looking at total students per school versus total classrooms, that definitely does come up in the weeds when we're making the sausage with the committee to say, hey, there's a higher number of special programs at this school that actually utilizes more classrooms than just the raw enrollment numbers might illustrate. So really peeling back the layers on just how much capacity is available at these schools to try to make the optimal decision, not just looking at maps and spreadsheets.
And that was really apparent when we visited both Desert Heights and Lemon Valley. They have several special programs at the school, including several pre-K programs that are special ed. And the rooms that are being utilized for those are different than maybe what would IC just says, this is how many students are here, but a special program like that needs a room configuration. So it was actually wonderful for us to walk the school and really get an idea of that. And so I know we've made a commitment to continue to do that because we feel like it's really made a difference in our decision. So.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you. So two of the elementary schools are almost to full capacity. So I don't know if I'm thinking wrongly here, but it seems to me like them feeding into O'Brien then is going to be a continuing problem, that O'Brien is going to be overly crowded and so on up. And we have that parcel. Is there any way to do kind of a hybrid where we do part of, call it a campus, part of the campus as an elementary and part of the campus as middle school? I don't like to mix younger kids in with older kids just because of the maturity. But if it truly was a campus where this section is for overflow for elementary and this section is to relieve some of the incoming students to the middle school, have we ever thought of doing something like that? Because truly, I know I sound very dramatic, but we are in a crisis in so many areas. We have to start thinking out of the box and becoming very inventive to try and get ahead of some of these issues, so we're not addressing the issues as they're coming up. We're looking ahead. And I did want to say I'm very thankful that we have you guys doing this, because we are facing a lot of difficult issues. And if we didn't have you guys, we'd really be in a pickle. So thank you.
Well, first I will say that all of these schools were already zoned for O'Brien, so this is not changing how many students will feed into O'Brien. And I will let Adam answer that part of it, but this does not change the current projections for O'Brien Middle School or North Valley's High School, because all four of these schools were already feeders in that feeder pattern that we talked about. So this does not impact O'Brien's current projections, nor will it impact North Valley's current projections. And those schools have been on our radar, and I do know that with the newly expanded O'Brien, there's a bit more room there. So I'll let Adam handle that part of the question.
No, I appreciate the question and comment. Long story short, O'Brien, Cold Springs Middle School, and even Desert Skies Middle School are adjacent to one another, and to provide us with adequate capacity for many years to come. I do think your point about looking at innovative solutions, perhaps K through 8 type of facilities, may come up in conversation in the future, but not necessarily in this particular area, or certainly not under this agenda item.
All right, thank you. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank you guys for everything you guys do, and I know a lot goes into this, and I'm ready to make a motion. It's a pleasure. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the zoning boundaries at Alice Smith Elementary School, Desert Heights Elementary School, Lemon Valley Elementary School, and State Elementary School in the manner depicted, effective beginning 2023-24 school year.
Second.
Second by Vice President Nicolette. You got to get faster, Trustee Woodley. All right, is there any discussion?
I was just listening carefully, but that did say the hybrid.
Correct, yep, it is the recommendation as depicted here. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Chair
Thank
Hall
you, everybody.
and Mr. Searcy. All right, so that closes out item 5.01, and now we will move on to item 5.02. This is the presentation and discussion by the Facilities Management and School Police Departments, past, present, and future progress related to programs for physical school safety and security. Our presenters today are again COO Adam Searcy, our Chief of Police Jason Trevino, and before we get started, Superintendent Enfield would like to kick us off.
Thank you very much, President Smith. So this was, before I frame the purpose of this presentation and provide some additional information that I think is pertinent, while the safety and security of our schools I know is paramount for every trustee, the original request for this presentation came from Trustee Mayberry, and so I wanted to give him the opportunity to talk about, before we get started, what his intent was, and then after you do that, I'll frame what we're going to go through today.
Are you okay with that, Madam? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Superintendent Enfield. I appreciate that. Thanks. Good to see you both here. I guess just to preface it, where my heart and my mind was on this particular presentation dates back to around May, to shortly after the Uvalde incident, if you recall. And so, as Superintendent Enfield said, safety and security is all of our issues. It's important to all of us. I have two children of my own that are in the district, as do some of you, and some of you have grandchildren. And there is not a moment when I have the privilege of taking my children to school in the morning, and so there's not a day that goes by that I don't drop them off and tell them I love them. Wow, I didn't expect that. And watch them go into the building and hope and pray that this isn't a day where there's going to be an act of violence. And it's on my mind. I've talked to, during the last several months, for obvious reasons, I talked to a lot of moms and dads and knocked on a lot of doors, and safety and security is utmost of a priority. Frankly, in many cases, just as high as academics. In some cases, higher. And, I think we all know, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, that somebody out there is planning another act of violence somewhere in this country on one of our public schools or private schools or charter schools. And, until our nation gets behind, gets our hands around gun violence, mental health, violence in general, video games, whatever the case is, that's creating this society that's a lot different than it was when I was growing up. We need to ensure that our schools are safe and that they're hardened and that they're protected. I don't want to pontificate too much more. We had one of our own students, warmed my heart. She said, little Sierra said, I feel happy and safe when she talked about going to Juniper. I mean, that's how I want all our children to feel. Mm-hmm. I want our staff to feel the same. And Trustee Taylor, former Trustee Taylor, supported me in getting this on the agenda. I frankly wish we would have had the discussion months ago, but we're here now. It was before Superintendent Enfield's time on the board. And so that's where my heart was at the time. It really wasn't intended to be about behavior. I know things have evolved a little bit. But I hope that sort of prefaces, my thought process for this item. And so thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. And so to that end, when Trustee Mayberry made the request around what are we doing to keep our schools safe, keeping our schools safe means a lot of things. It means different things to different people. And in surveying trustees, there were lots of different requests on topics to be considered. Everything from single point of entry, which I know is a topic for this evening, to cybersecurity and cyberbullying, to, this goes on and on. So what you're going to have tonight is an initial presentation around the physical safety of students in our schools. And it is our hope that the board will weigh in on topics that we've discussed tonight that we want to go deeper on, and that this will be an ongoing conversation. I think it's very important, however, for us to say that this is not a problem to be solved by the school district alone. This is a community issue. What happens in our schools is a microcosm and reflects what's happening in our larger society. And to that end, I do want to say that I know that we have members from Be Smart here tonight around ensuring gun safety, and I think we can all say, after seeing what happened in Virginia last week, that it's never been more important for us to ensure and keep our focus on gun safety. And I know that our law enforcement team here in the district agrees with that as well. We are fortunate in the Washoe County School District to have not only our own excellent police force, but our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. And that is an entity that, a group of committed individuals that I believe is eager to figure out what their next major sort of body of prioritized work would be. And so I think out of this, we'll have further conversation with the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission folks to determine what that may be. And I've also had conversations with others in the community around, at some point in the spring, perhaps convening a community safety summit. Not just a school safety summit, but a community safety summit. This is about all of us. And so, again, this is not intended to be an all-encompassing presentation, but the beginning of an ongoing conversation that we need to have within the district and within the broader community. And so with that, I will turn it over to Chief Trevino and to Mr. Searcy.
Thank you, everyone. Again, for the record, Adam Searcy. I'm going to start it off. And to better understand the entire environment and ecosystem, we wanted to turn the calendar back a few years, even August 2011. So starting back with what at the time was a very significant allocation directed very specifically towards major capital projects directed towards school safety and security. So some of those initiatives were listed here. You're going to see those themes repeated throughout some of these slides, and throughout this evening you're going to hear terms like continuous improvement, as you know, we can always do better and we can always do more, and there are always schools that are aged and looking to be upgraded. You're going to hear terms like layers of security, just as this is a very multifaceted, multi-dimensioned topic. Even within the school, the physical safety and security, there are layers, and these represent some of the more prominent layers that were really most significantly initiated around that early 2000s and amplified in 2011. You'll note in your staff report, it didn't make it onto this slide, but in 2014, there was another significant infusion of capital funds directed very specifically towards these type of projects. And also linked in your staff report, the establishment of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission was in 2015. Would echo Superintendent Enfield, can't say enough. Similar to the Zoning Advisory Committee in many ways, a very diverse group, a very active group that has and can continue to add tremendous value to this conversation. So fast forwarding just a little bit to 2016 to 2018, I wanted to take note of the passage of WC1 sales tax has really allowed us to increase the amount of funding available towards these types of capital projects and accelerate the continuous improvement, the implementation of these measures, and the retrofitting of existing schools with many of these important layers of physical safety and security across our district. That made a big difference. And I also wanted to note this continuous improvement phrase with respect to new school design and construction. We're always looking to create these warm, open, collaborative, welcoming environments while simultaneously creating a very, very physically secure environment, which at times can seem in conflict or counterintuitive. So we're constantly working with our own police department, our architects, industry, parents, students, all around trying to come up with a better way to balance those needs with current times and with best practices. So I did take an opportunity to highlight our current restroom designs. We feel, you know, there's often a lot of conversations around these, but what they do is remove that barrier, that visual barrier from the common area of a school to the washroom area of this bathroom. It provides complete privacy within the bathroom stalls, of course, but it improves the overall safety and security of what most people attest is one of the areas in the school where they do feel least safe or secure. So little things like that speaks to continuous improvement. I also wanted to note, not in these photos, but improvements to our single points of entry. As we have improved our designs, learned more how to integrate different technologies and different building materials, and adapted to changes in society at large, made improvements to our single points of entry through our new school design. Also, the proliferation of some of these same elements, such as adding CCTV camera systems to our elementary schools as a part of our standard design. These types of continuous improvements efforts were really accelerated with the increased funding made available in 2016 and beyond, and continued to be proliferated throughout the rest of our district. So I'll turn this next slide over to Chief Trevino.
Good evening, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, and Trustees. For the record, I'm Jason Trevino, the Chief of Police for the Washington County School District Police Department. So on this slide, we just wanted to kind of highlight in 2016, the Washington County School District was really ahead of the curve when it came to school safety. Obviously, there's certain districts around the country were doing a lot of things, and a lot of districts weren't doing much of anything around school safety. And we're talking 2016. This is quite some time after Columbine. So obviously major changes happened initially after Columbine, and then things kind of stalled out, if you will, for school safety a lot. The Washington County School District was making, as Adam said, even prior to WC1, a major investment in school safety with funds that we were sourcing basically to make this stuff kind of happen, that we weren't required. There was no NRS that was requiring us to invest the money in the things that we were doing. There was no federal requirements to do this. It was the right thing to do. And so the district was, trying to find the money to make those things happen. And I think we were well on our way. In 2016, the district partnered with the School Safety Advocacy Council, an outside third party that came in, and their work was primarily focused on site assessments and our district safety procedures as a whole. They took a look at our emergency EOP. They started working on site assessments at various sites. That work was progressing up until 2019 when the state legislature passed some new laws, and one of those laws was the creation of a school safety specialist position, which basically only pertains to us in Clark County because it's based on enrollment numbers, size. And with that position, it outlined a list of duties, and a lot of those duties that were listed were things that we were paying the School Safety Advocacy Council to do, so it didn't make sense to be paying them and also be paying someone internally to do the same thing. So we hired Michael Perry. Mr. Perry came over and took that over. He looked at what they were doing, kind of modeled it, adopted it, and then over the last couple of years has kind of completely changed it and made it work, even better for us to get assessments for our school sites. And being in-house, we're able to get those done a lot quicker. These a lot more accessible. But a lot of credit goes to Sean and Kurt from School Safety Advocacy Council back in 2016. Trustee Nicolette, I'm sure you remember working with those guys. They were phenomenal. They did a lot of great things for us, and they really kind of helped push us in the right direction to kind of get us down the road to where we are today.
So just a little bit more to highlight. Lots of best practices and layers and continued capital funded initiatives, but I wanted to single out the visitor management systems and the emergency door numbering as two recommendations that actually, I believe, originated from that Advocacy Council recommendations. These were cost-effective. I mean, over the course of the entire district, this is no small initiative to retrofit our schools in any form or fashion, but these were cost-effective additional layers or measures that we could take, and through the additional funding are able to continue to accelerate the construction and the implementation of those measures. So just a couple more slides. A lot of similar layers that we've continued over the years to improve and install across all of our schools. You can see as we progress through time, all of these measures that really began in earnest in the early 2000s, you see being completed in some form or fashion across all of our elementary schools and middle schools. These photos illustrate the retrofitted single point of entry, kind of in the yellow If you can tell the difference kind of between the color of the block, you can see the stuff on the right was added. And then you can prominently see those emergency exterior door numberings, both on that front entrance as well as on those side doors numbered for any emergency responder to quickly know exactly where the issue should be best addressed. Even continuing forward throughout the pandemic, as conversations shifted to mental health and even just public health in general, we continued to plug away at many of these initiatives. I did want to at least try and add some levity. I can't resist an opportunity to talk about soap and toilet paper retrofits. They went to the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. If anybody's ever worked in the district for a long period of time, you'll hopefully appreciate it as much as I do. But those were accelerated with COVID relief funds to help improve the health of our school communities. Some of these ones that are in progress, these emergency radios, the bidirectional amplifiers, those are a part of our emergency response system. But again, these are part of the infrastructure of keeping our schools safe and healthy. Those are, a little better than 50% completed, on pace to be completed in 2023 and into 2024. But very aggressively and actively looking to bid and cause all of these improvements to be completed in our schools. With that, we've just got a couple more slides to hand this one over to Chief Trevino again. Thank you.
All right, so this is a slide about the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, and just kind of to go back to the history of it a little bit, we worked, school police, emergency management worked very closely with the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission in the initial years that they were formed, as the initial work focus that they had was primarily on the physical security side. We're seeing more of a shift towards the emotional and health side of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission right now, and they did. They invested a ton of time and energy into the physical safety and security in the initial part of it. We're obviously still work with the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, and their work has been, it's been a nice, almost of a buffer almost between kind of the troops on the ground level and you guys as the board and the superintendent, so they can kind of vet some of those things out, and we can kind of work it out and work out some of those questions and things before it gets to your level, and then they've made recommendations in the past, like Adam said, like the door numbering and things like that that came from those initial assessments. We worked that process through the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, and then eventually up to a recommendation to the board to get the funding to move forward with those things. So that's kind of how the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission has been involved. Watered down, obviously, we did a lot of work with them initially to get these projects to where they are today.
So final slide for me, this work continues to be featured prominently in our capital program, highlighting in particular the CCTV network and the single point of entry SPE retrofits and upgrades are two of our primary areas of investment across our capital program, foundational security elements in our schools, and can always do more and do better and distribute more widely. Looking ahead, some major future initiatives that are definitely on our radar, starting kind of from the bottom up, again, focusing on maybe some of the most cost-effective measures. There's continued effort around student IDs, just the ability to leverage technology to better and more accurately and in a more timely fashion ensure that our students are where they're intended to be. We mentioned visitor management. You'll see that in different schools, but always looking to improve that and standardize that across our district. I did mention high school campuses are complex and large, very much so in comparison to elementaries and middle schools. So that's been a long conversation and a work in progress. And then I wanted to highlight the facility modernization program that many of you have received presentations on in the recent past and will again in the near future. And you've heard our consultant report that time and time again, safety and security of our schools, physical safety and security, has been reported to be of the highest priority. So that's not a surprise to anyone. When we do develop projects stemming from that program, it is highly likely that major construction elements of those projects will be directed towards improving the safety and security of our existing and aging schools as well. So that's the last slide that I have, and I'll let Chief Trevino finish it up.
Okay, so School Police 2023 and beyond. Got some good stuff happening in the School Police Department. Just kind of wanted to give you guys some highlights of that. So one of the things is we're able to apply for the grant, and we received grant funding for a firearms detection canine, which will be a first for our department. We've had canines for off and on over the last, since I've worked here in 2005, but they were always drug dogs. The firearms detections dog, as I come to find out as we went down this path, is not that common as you might expect. Drug dogs, patrol dogs, and bomb dogs, very common. Firearm specific dogs, not so much. So I would actually like to give a big shout out to Sergeant Baker. She's done a fantastic job of taking on this task for me and putting everything together. That's moving along well. We've acquired the vendor. The vendor has acquired our dog for us, and they've started the initial imprint training with that dog. We will be doing handler interviews here in the next few weeks, hopefully, and with that handler and canine training coming together in the springtime. So we're really excited about that. We are also we'll be starting on a regional active assailant response plan update. For those of you that don't know what that is, several years ago, one of the things I like to highlight is none of the agencies in this valley operate in a bubble or in a silo. We are all very well entwined, and it's kind of interesting because people that I went to the academy with, or that I used to teach firearms or defensive tactics with, they're chiefs and deputy chiefs and captains and things like that now. So we've all kind of come up the ranks together. So we have those connections that we made early on in our careers back when we never thought we'd do anything except kick indoors and write tickets and all that fun stuff. And now we find ourselves giving board presentations and doing lots of paperwork. All the fun stuff now, yeah. But those relationships that we built early on have really paid dividends now that we've all gotten into these other positions, because it allows us I can pick up the phone and call anybody at those departments without hesitation, and they do the same for me, which makes it really great. But a few years ago, we looked at it, and our valley is an anomaly, and we've talked to people across the country about this. We've had more active assailant events in this valley than per capita than other places. The only other place that even comes close is Colorado, and that in that specific area in Colorado, and no one can point a finger as to why. There is no rhyme or reason to it, and it's not a good thing to have. But what that really pointed to us was, as a law enforcement community, we have to operate together. We have to know that when there's a problem somewhere in this community, it doesn't matter if it's a school police officer, a highway patrol trooper, a Reno PD officer, whoever responds is going to operate in the same manner and know what to do. So we came together and spent many weeks of meetings coming up with the original active assailant response plan, which outlines what officers will do, whether they're responding to a school, the hospital, Meadowood Mall, a Walmart, it doesn't matter. This is the basics of what's going to happen. Obviously, the action that's going on inside that facility will dictate specific response, but we have a general outline of how we're going to handle it during the incident, after the incident, etc. Command structure, everything. That's been quite a few years since we developed that. Unfortunately, we've had to use it a few times since it's been developed in our community, but it's time for an update. So when we met with Superintendent Enfield and the other chiefs from the area, we talked about that as being one of the things that's on all of our plates to update. Continued joint training with external first responders. So again, our other agencies, we're always looking to expand those opportunities. I had a discussion with Chief James over at UNRPD about wanting to expand some training with their department, which led into some of the other agencies. So we've got kind of an email going around, and we were meeting, I believe, next week to have some more discussions about trying to expand some of the specialized training that our department does, some of the specialized training that UNR does, et cetera. Like each department kind of has their specialties and things that they do, and we should be offering that up to the other agencies as well to kind of expand that. So that meeting, I believe, is next week. Safe routes to school. I know this has been another topic that's been on everyone's mind, is obviously our pedestrian accidents with vehicles. We've done a lot of collaboration with Reno PD, Sparks PD, and Washoe County, their traffic units, trying to analyze, is there a specific pattern to these? Can we help try and eliminate them? Is there a certain area where we can focus our efforts on? The simple answer is no. They are sporadic. They've been all over the entire county, different times of day, different weather conditions. But one of the things that we said, well, what is the constant we can control? And that's our kids. So we've expanded our Safe Routes to School program, is expanding their safety presentations, specifically to the smaller kids, the elementary school kids. So they started just right before winter break, they started with their new program. So they tested out actually at Lena Juniper, who you saw here tonight. So that was their first 2 presentations they did, went really well, and so they'll be expanding that as we continue this school year and moving into next school year, just to try and give the kids more education on being safe out there when they're out coming to and from. And then just to wrap up the last little bit there, our emergency management department has been very busy expanding training for staff members via video that they can log on through the normal system that they already take video training through, and they can elect to take a whole bunch of other classes through there, as well as emergency management training for our district emergency response team. Obviously, we've had a lot of different people in different positions, including Adam. You know, he's in a new position now, or we have new superintendents. We have a lot of new people to the team, so we're going to actually work on some tabletop training and stuff like that to get everyone up to speed there, to kind of know what their roles are. And I think that's it as far as, what's that? Yeah, I think that's it as far as that. So I would like to reiterate what Superintendent said. School safety is everyone's responsibility. Like, I can't do this alone. My officers can't do this alone. Our principals can't do it. You guys can't do it. Adam's folks, they can build great things, but it's, you know, it's up to the people in the schools to make sure that they're using them, that they're functioning properly. If there's a problem with a door lock or something like that, that it's being reported and we're getting it fixed right away. It's truly everyone's responsibility. See something, say something. Like, I can't reiterate that enough. You know, and our state safe voice system is a great tool for people to report things that they have concerns with. You know, if they hear something, that's the proper outlet. Please don't just mass retext it, tweet it, Snapchat it out. You know, it just creates more problems than it solves when people do that. At least when people are reporting it to Safe Voice, it's one place. They can filter through it and aggregate it and be like, okay, this is all the same information, and then we can work on that information. So just, again, really reminding everybody that please, everyone step up and let's keep our schools safe. So on behalf of Adam and I, would like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. And as far as direction, we'd just be looking for you to, we're looking for direction to continue working on the current projects that Adam has outlined, as well as our future projects that were on the list, as well as pursuing new technologies and best safety practices for the district. And we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This is an important and timely topic. I have a few questions, but first I would like to recognize someone on this board. Oh, you want to do public comment now? We can. Well, I'd like to pause on that because I'm sure we all have some questions, but there is a member of our board who has been a consistent champion, particularly with the vision and the support for the firearm detection canine, and that is Clerk Rodriguez. And so I wanted to invite you for a moment if you wanted to share some of your advocacy around that, because I know you have been a very strong voice in helping to make that happen.
Thank you, Madam President. No, I wouldn't shut up about it. I'm glad to hear that it's finally coming and it's coming to light. Chief Trevino, I know how hard it is to kickstart a canine program. My full-time job, I know it's no easy task and it's expensive and policies and all that stuff that got to be implemented. So I'm glad to hear that it's finally coming, and I can't wait for that presentation when we have the dog here and we can champion our new member to the police department. So
thank you. And we will go to public comment, but I wanted to just take a moment to acknowledge that and also say that there might be a naming contest in the future. But yeah, but JJ, we'd love to take public comment.
Jean Gage.
Well, it said good afternoon, but I changed it to good evening. My name is Jean Gage, and I'm a volunteer with the Northern Nevada chapter of BSmart, and I am also a district substitute teacher. I would like my statement to be entered into the record. We have a couple of other ladies here that are with the BSmart organization. I'd like to thank the board for taking the time today to discuss how we can improve school safety for our children in Washoe County. I'm here today to share some information with you about the BSmart program, which is a public education and awareness campaign focused on encouraging good decisions about gun storage. Everyone who cares about the safety of our schools can play a part in preventing gun violence by sharing this information. It's a heartbreaking fact that firearms are the leading cause of death for children in the U.S. Annually, more than 1,800 children die by firearm every year. That's an average of 5 a day. Additionally, every year, 350 children living in America under the age of 18 gain access to a firearm and unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else, like a sibling, parent, friend, or another person, and recently the kindergarten teacher in Virginia. This is an issue that has been only getting worse. 2021 was the worst year on record for unintentional shootings by children, since Everytown for Gun Safety started tracking these incidents back in 2015. Throughout the U.S., millions of children and teens live in homes with unsecured guns, and many children in gun-owning households know where the guns are stored, even though their parents don't think they do. Secure storage can reduce risks. One study found that households that locked both firearms and ammunition were associated with a 78% lower risk of self-inflicted firearm injuries and an 85% lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children and teenagers. Secure firearm storage also helps make sure that the people can't steal guns and use them in crimes. Storing our guns securely keeps our families and our communities safe. Reducing unauthorized access to guns is key to preventing school shootings. The 2021-2022 school year was also the worst school year on record for incidents of gunfire on the grounds of preschool and K through 12 schools since Everytown started tracking those statistics in 2013. 3 out of 4 school shootings are committed with a gun from homes of parents or relatives. So it's essential for parents and gun owners to store their guns securely. We need a comprehensive set of proven effective solutions on school safety, but making sure guns are always stored securely to prevent access by children and teens is one critical part of the solution to keeping our schools safe. Here in Reno, we have partnered with the Reno Police Department in the past and are working... Oh, that went too fast.
Thank you very much.
We're working with several law enforcement agencies.
Thank you very much.
Madam President, OML question. I don't see guns on this agenda. It's very specifically narrowly focused. I'm happy to discuss it because I'd love to discuss it, but I just think we have to stick to the agenda.
Well, I would say that in this case, school safety, and we're talking about a gun detection dog and firearms, and there is a way that firearms come into the schools. So I personally see a connection there.
Well, then I'm going to just be discussing it in detail when it's my turn, just so we know. But could I get legal?
Hold on. How it works is the public gets to talk about what the public wants, as long as it's related to the agenda item. So if they feel it's related to firearms, then they get to talk about it. You have a different set of rules as the trustees. So the trustees, there's open meeting law opinion right on point. I wrote it. You have to follow the agenda. They get to talk about anything that they feel is related. It's different.
If I might comment, I've been doing this for only 2 years and attending meetings for probably 10. Time after time, the board president tells people that they're off the agenda and they have to stick to the agenda item. I'm confused.
If, I don't know her name, if she felt that has to do with school safety, then she can bring it up. She's the public.
I'm going to go with our legal opinion on that. But thank you for bringing that up.
Mike Krogan.
Hi, Mr. Krogan.
Hello again. I'm not going to pop a joke this time. We've talked about capital investment in school safety. I fully support. We have talked about dogs and we've talked about gun safety in homes. What we have not talked about is how we are going to put into this picture, into this approach, preparation of teachers and school staff in teaching kids appreciation of one another and their differences. Read between the lines, please. It's essential. We can do all of the capital improvements and other investments that we want, but if we can't take a kid from a home that teaches abuse and neglect and have that kid appreciate herself and her peers in school, that kid becomes isolated, alone, and wants to get payback for whatever slight they may have suffered. I think we need to do something with curriculum that teaches that and readies teachers for that. I can tell you personally that I was very aware of that when I was a teacher before all of the shootings began, and it was not easy for me to bridge that and approach students about what bullying is and what the results are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krogan.
Dr. Thomas Albright.
Hi, Mr. Albright.
Hi. I'm a university professor, and I teach and do research in the areas of geography, sustainability, and transportation, among other things. And I'm representing here the Truckee Meadows Bicycle Alliance, as well as myself as a district parent and the brother of someone whose life was taken as a child through traffic violence, which is right up there with some of the other issues we're talking about having to do with school safety. I want to thank you all for your service to the community and ongoing support for the Washoe County Safe Routes to Schools program. When most of us in this room were children, it was much more common for kids to walk and bike to school. However, shockingly fewer kids find themselves able to do that now. So as a consequence, among many, our kids get less physical activity. They gain fewer life skills that come with the freedom and responsibility of getting yourself to school. And together with their parents, they're stuck in this sort of somewhat oppressive and tiresome twice daily ritual of taking yourself to an often stressful car drop-off and pickup. And for the families that want their kids to walk or bike to school, or for those who have no other choice because of work and other family demands, this journey is not as safe as it could be. The issues facing kids that are doing this include high traffic and high speed roads located near schools, lack of dedicated pedestrian and bike infrastructure, inadequate bike parking, and an inability to effectively enforce speeding and parking and other traffic safety issues. For example, when my son rides his bike to and from Reno High, the nominal curbside bike lane, despite the paint and the signage, it's reliably blocked by cars, and so he's forced to ride in the street, and he's been honked at by cars. And many of his classmates want to bike to school, but they don't because they don't feel safe or supported in doing so. Is that we know how to fix a lot of this from scientific studies and examples from other places. There are many things we could do to make it safer, healthier, and more attractive for kids to take these school journeys. Communities that promote walking and biking to school, provide high-quality bike parking, and design roads and features near schools to calm traffic and institute designated walk zones near schools. They see increases in bike and walk rates, less congestion, less burdens on our buses, healthier air, and healthier, happier students, mental health benefits. Carson's school district recently recognized this situation, leveraged Safe Routes to School funding, and implemented a plan. We'd like to do this for Reno, so I'd like to ask on behalf of to represent that we ask Officer Pape and Ms. Iveson to report on progress towards a district bike master plan. Thank you very much.
Bruce Parks.
Hi, Mr. Parks.
I'm getting used to this walk. Thank you. Bruce Parks for the record. I just wanted to point out after listening to some of the comments that are being made, Everytown for Gun Safety is not a reliable source for any kind of information. It's headed by Michael Bloomberg. He was the founder. He is an absolute advocate for the abolishment of the Second Amendment. I would not take anything that Everytown for Gun Safety ever says with any credibility ever. Now, I do advocate for safe storage of firearms, but not at the safety of your household or your individual safety. Anybody that has any real experience with firearms, and by the way, in 20 years in the Army, I qualified expert with every weapon I picked up from pistol to an anti-tank rocket. I have a little experience. Gun safety starts there. That's where it starts. If that doesn't touch the trigger, the gun is safe. See, the gun can't do anything by itself. It takes a person. It takes one of these. Our school's biggest threat is not an external threat. I also retired from security work, have a little experience. Your biggest threat comes from within. It's an internal threat. You want real school safety? Get the gangs out of the schools. The gangs control a lot of the schools in Washoe County. You don't have to take my word for it. Talk to the staff at some of these schools. If they're honest with you, they will confirm what I'm telling you. And it's not at just the high schools. It's in the middle schools too, as evidenced by the recent problem there with Dilworth Middle School. That was gang related. If you get the real truth, talk to the staff, find out. The biggest threat in Washoe County School District schools is not an external threat. It's an internal threat, and we need to do something about it. And Joe, since you represent my district, thank you. That dog is going to be an absolute valuable asset.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
The board received emails from Sarah Elliott, Elizabeth King, and Angela Francis.
Thank you very much. To bring it back, a couple thoughts before we open it up to my colleagues on the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I'm very interested in this group, and we saw earlier today from the Zoning Advisory Committee exactly how effective our volunteers and our committee groups can be. I'm very interested in activating this group with the guidance of this team to evaluate what community partnerships exist or best practices that exist across the country, in the world, and to really bring that to us. But particularly in the areas of community partnerships, we know that there are community groups that want to be involved in the schools. There's probably more interest than we could possibly take. So if that was one of the areas that the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission could consider where we feel that those groups fit, related to school safety, I know that there's some parent groups that work in some of the schools, and we've seen some success there. Broadening out the idea of safety, we know that Awaken also comes and does work, and I believe Chief Trevino, you might be able to provide an update on some of the work that we've been doing on the school district side for human trafficking. So that would be some of my feedback, is that we activate this group to really evaluate what community partnerships, what best practices they feel on the physical school safety, and then also groups that can help us do this work as well. So that's my 2 cents on that commission. All right, so who has some thoughts on this? Trustee Westlake.
Thank you very much. I appreciate so much the work that you're doing to make our children safe, and a phenomenal job. But I too have some concerns. I don't want us to stop looking at the external threats and how to avoid those and counteract those. And I actually thought I was going to get to champion the K-9 with Trustee Rodriguez, but he obviously was doing a lot of work before I got here. But I am concerned with the internal, and I don't have a handle on what is causing our children to have so much anxiety and to be lashing out and to feel that their only alternative is to either be verbally aggressive or actually get physically assaulting other teachers or other students. But I think we need to have in tandem with the external threats. We would be wise to look at what's going on internally. And I do agree wholeheartedly with Superintendent Enfield that it is a direct result, a mirror image of what's going on in the community. So maybe we could look at that also, and that if there's kids that have anxiety that are lashing out, they could possibly eventually be the ones that externally bring a weapon into school. So it might be good to look at both of these issues in tandem to educate kids, again, on kindness, respect, treating others with dignity, and see what is causing this and try and be effectual. Thank you.
Trustee Westlake, so just to address your concerns there, I can assure you that internal and external threats is not a new concept for us. We've been talking about internal and external threats since I came here in 2005. I'm very aware of the difference between internal and external threats, and that's some of the lengthy discussions I've had with our planning when we're building new schools is not just addressing external threats, but what about the people that are already inside the building? Like, what is the school, what does that look like if there's a lockdown because there's already a problem inside? So that's not a foreign concept to us whatsoever. Also, I didn't see Catherine here tonight, but I would highly tout Catherine Loudon and her team of counselors when the tremendous amount of work that they do trying to address the behavioral, psychological issues behind why students are doing what they're doing. I think, again, that's a whole different discussion to have. It's obviously interrelated to safety when those problems do act out and they become a bigger problem within the school building. But again, it's not my lane, but I can assure you that we work quite often with counselors in the school psychology department on students that they're concerned about or have issues with or concerns, as well as external agencies will contact us like, hey, we had this call over the weekend with this one of your kids, and this is what we had, and then we'll help facilitate getting that family in contact with our counselors and with the right people in their school building to address some of those concerns they're having, and maybe that student needs to be pulled out of the school for a certain amount of time while we figure out what's going on. Those are all things that occur literally on a daily basis. So those things I can assure you are occurring every single day. It's the internal threat or internal concerns are always going to be on top of our list just as much as external.
Thank you. Clerk Rodriguez, followed by, oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Westlake, are you done?
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to Clerk Rodriguez, and then we'll go to Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. I only have 8 questions, so I do know that there's many different aspects of student safety, as Dr. Infill has mentioned, and so I'm pretty much going to focus pretty much on the watchtower and the guard. With the Capital Project Committee, is Chief Trevino or someone a voting member on that? Or is our law enforcement discussed and consulted when it comes to building our schools and different layouts, things like that?
So just to clarify, similar to the Zoning Advisory Committee, the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, you mentioned the Capital Funding Protection Committee. Technically, that's made up of other elected officials and other more capital construction related individuals. But when it comes to the specifics of the design or safe routes to school, in a lot of instances, we are working closely with our in-house partners from the school police department. Not only the school police department, but also folks like Catherine Loudon and others that try our best to incorporate the needs of the entire school community, both as it relates to academic needs, but also social and emotional and safety and security needs in our design. I think that's fair to say, Jason. It's a difficult balance. Our primary interests don't always align, so we work together to come up with the optimal solution for some of these competing interests. But every time we do that, I feel like we come up with a better solution and then work to implement that across all of our schools.
Okay, and I guess kind of follow up on that a little bit more, talking about safe routes, things like that. Well, I guess we could talk offline. I know one thing that's been brought to my attention is Eagle Canyon. Quite frankly, during the drop-off times, I know the traffic's pretty bad. I know that's probably more of a Washoe County Commission discussion, but I do know that's been an issue along with the bicycle path and stuff like that. But kind of going more into the building, weapon detection systems, have you guys been looking at that? I know I've kind of mentioned that a few dozen times. Is that something that's also being looked at along with single point entries?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've looked at a number of different options. I mean, there's no shortage of vendors willing to sell us something. I can tell you that right away. I can go to my inbox right now and probably pull you 5 out since I've been sitting here. But one of the things that we look at is what does that product do, and how is it going to work for us, right? And if we were only talking about the handful of new school buildings we had, there's some amazing systems out there that would do great things for us. Unfortunately, those schools are far and few between. Most of our schools are much older, the layouts are much different, and even some of them that have existing CCTV systems would be worthless to invest money into these detection systems and things like that to put onto that old technology. So we've had a lot of internal discussions on that. That was one of the things, and maybe I alluded to it and should have just came right out and said it, but when I asked for like direction on continuing to look for best safety practices and technologies, there are new technologies that we do think could be beneficial to the district. I've been working a lot on one in particular that I think could really pay dividends for us as a district. And going back to some of the things that Adam talked about on probably every slide you saw in there was the bidirectional amplifiers for the radios, radio upgrades, radio system upgrades. That's a huge issue in Washoe County right now with not just with our radios, but everybody on the radio system. We had a huge issue with it right before winter break. The entire valley was having major issues. Officers across every department couldn't get out, fire, REMSA, you name it. There was a big problem. So this product that we're looking at would be potentially a good option when the radio's not available, and it would put basically put into the hands of every employee the ability to contact an emergency right away. So yes, there are things that we think are scalable for our district, and there's other things that, quite honestly, when we look on return on investment across the district, we say it's probably not really worth our investment right now because it would only benefit a couple of schools. And I understand the argument as well, hey, good for those schools, right? If we can put something into that school because they have the newest technology. But we're really trying to, talking with Adam, and we're really trying to look at solutions that we can deploy across the district so that we're not singling out this group of schools or, hey, the pinwheels would work great with this, right? But nobody else would benefit from it. So yeah, we are definitely looking at them, and there's a couple of the detection systems that we've had some initial talks with that look a little more promising than others with what we have. So we are definitely looking at those types of options as well.
Thank you. And then I just kind of want to, I'll bring them around my other questions a little bit later. So I'll do one more just to, we kind of get the movie going. One of the questions that was answered is basically what are we looking at, getting more officers, and I did see that staff did reply that, it's no one's raising their hand to be a cop nowadays, shockingly enough. But what are we doing to gain more like PCNs, if you will? Like, we've always had, what was the staffing, like 32, 33? I know you and I have discussed shortly after my appointment about trying to get more through the session. Are you guys looking at doing anything like that, or to get more officers on the ground?
So we don't have any new FTEs through the district and the budget moving forward, into the next budget cycle. There's no new FTEs outlined for the district. I also am the chair of the statewide school safety committee through the governor's office. One of the items originally, back when the committee was developed under Governor Sandoval, one of the items that we pushed through as a recommendation and actually got passed was funding for officers through the state, which was fantastic. And then there was a bit of problems associated with the way the money was structured, and we weren't able to basically hire officers with that money. So we were working really hard with the state, with our grants department, working through all the red tape, had everything squared away, and then COVID hit. And then the state swept the money, and that money was gone. So unfortunately, that money was not earmarked to go back to what it was originally there for. But one of the recommendations coming out of the statewide school safety commission this go around is to reinstore that money back to the line items for what it was originally intended, versus being put just into a school quote safety money pot that would be, as we saw tonight, everybody's got their own definition of safety, right? So if all that money's in one pot labeled safety, it could all go to SEL programs, and not a single dime could go to physical security officers, canine dogs, or anything. So one of the recommendations is to restore that money back to the line level items of, specifically physical security officers, that type of thing. So right now, that would be our avenue, if you will, to get more FTEs, would be through that process.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mrs. Searcy. And I just want to end, I do know that safety takes many faces, again, and I do know that Board Policy 5100 is something I do plan to advocate again for, so thank you.
Before we move on, Clerk Veritas, I want to make sure that you get the opportunity to ask all of your questions. Okay, so we're good. All right, Trustee Church.
Thank you. Just to start, what's an FTE?
A position allocation.
Okay.
So an officer.
So a job opening, okay. Wanted to make that clear. Even I didn't know that one. I'm sure I'm not alone. So one thing I noticed, on the website, the statewide school safety task force that you're the chair of, I show them meeting the 18th. Do you think is that accurate?
That is correct, sir.
So that's wonderful. If anybody in the audience, anybody here wants to weigh in, the January 18th, 2:30 p.m., the State of Nevada School Safety Task Force. And then I believe ours meets, I think it's February 8th or 6th, whatever that Monday is, or Tuesday of next month, so people can weigh in on that one. That would be the 6th. I want to talk about video, because in your PowerPoint, so let me go back to the PowerPoint, you talked about the CTTEs or whatever, but basically video cameras. I have them at my house, and I'm amazed. I mean, I'm back in the 19th century. I can listen. It sends me a thing on my cell phone if there's motion. I set the degree of motion. Oh, there goes one now. No, just kidding. But I can hear people talking at the door. I heard dogs barking the other day. It was kind of neat watching them and play in the snow. So if we have that kind of technology that we can buy at Home Depot, I'm just a big proponent of that. You can hear noise. It can notify you in the middle of the night if somebody's in the hallway. Because we're not just talking about an active shooter. We're talking about vandalism, burglaries, anything else. If there is an active shooter, it can tell you where. And then you can watch that information real time to pass that on to officers. So I just want to point out I'm a big, big proponent of that. Now, a question for you, and I'll get into the questions. Slide number 7, and JJ, put you to work. Trustee Rodriguez mentioned the number of officers, but I didn't hear an answer. Roughly how many sworn officers do we have on the school police?
When our allocations are for 32 officers, we have 4 sergeants, the deputy chief, and myself.
So 32 plus those?
Correct.
So roughly 40?
38.
38, okay, good. And we have 106 schools or 108 or whatever, depending. So we know we can't cover them all. So going to your slide 7, number one, I want to make clear, it quotes NRS 202-265. I strongly believe in that. But it also quotes Washoe County School Regulation 4675. Under the NRS, the 202, I think we really need to look into allowing peace officers who are totally qualified to carry firearms into carrying those firearms onto campus. That's my opinion. I think that off-duty Reno PD officers or Washoe County sheriffs or highway patrolmen, now state police, all should be able to come onto campus armed because we can't be everywhere. And even if there is an officer, it doesn't mean he or she can defeat that foe without backup. So I want to make clear that I believe that us as a trustee board under that Washoe County School District regulation, we need to address that. I think there needs to be robust discussion on that kind of a thing, on who can carry guns on campus, when can they carry them, and really importantly too, how they carry them. I don't want somebody carrying a gun in their belt. I don't want them carrying a long rifle walking around campus, but I might want an off-duty officer in a secure holster or a retired officer carrying a firearm as long as maybe at a football game, as long as they're not drinking, and as long as it's concealed, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my opinion on that, but I want to make that really clear, and I think that's a board responsibility that needs to come back to the board to hear all sides of that issue and make that decision, because we haven't addressed that in years. And I think that's all I have, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, ma'am. So I just have 2 comments for both. And please, I apologize if this is something that you guys are already addressing or already have done. So when I look at, Mr. Searcy first, when I look at some of the improvements that have been made in infrastructures, what comes to mind is a CEPTED approach. That's crime prevention through development, right? Environmental design, sorry. And I'm sure you use that with the police officers, with the chief staff. I would like to recommend that as we move forward with new construction and new schools, that when we hire the architects and the designers, that maybe we pursue those that are CEPTED certified, that can take that into consideration so that when they collaborate with the officers, it'll be a lot easier for them to work with. And then for you, Chief, I'd just like to state for the record that I've had the privilege of working with several of your officers, and they are part of the community, and they were very helpful in every incident that I dealt with them, and we were able to help them as well, so I really appreciate that. I would like to recommend, and maybe you already do this already, but I know that we have over 100 schools. There's no way for you to have contact with all the schools. You have a small force, but I would like to recommend, at least with the, if you don't already have some form of a formal communication or arrangement with the high school principals, an ability for them to communicate with you on a regular basis and vice versa, just so you can hear what they see and what they hear. And they can hear and get a lot of information from you. I'm sure you have a wealth of information you can share. I think that would be very valuable for both parties. And then lastly, I just want to confirm, you did say that you have 38 officers. Is that correct?
We have 38 sworn positions, so that includes myself, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. And once again, thank you both. I know you guys live this, breathe this, and we appreciate your hard work, because it is a community issue, and we appreciate all the hard work you guys do on the front lines. So thank you.
Vice President Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. You did an excellent job, in my mind, of providing a summary. You could still be talking if you were going to continue to share all that has occurred in, let's just say, 10 years. I have a thought that I want to share, and that is the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I think it's time for them to provide a report to the Board of Trustees with recommendations, and us as well, in collaboration, make some recommendations. I will say that they have decided that May 2023 they will have their forum, Safe and Healthy Schools Commission Forum. And I think that this is an opportunity through a discussion that we can have with Safe and Healthy Schools Commission to target, identify doable and relevant topics for that forum that they have decided will occur in 2023. I think this is a great opportunity for us as a board to reconnect with Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I would like to do that with all of our board committees, but in particular with this topic with Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. And I think we could move forward. And I happen to know that they would appreciate some guidance and some input, because right now they're feeling like they're working in isolation. I will just say COVID did a lot of that. And now is time to reactivate, your word, to coming together and as a collective solve these problems.
Thank you. Trustee Mayberry.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, just sort of talking out loud, because I see the item is for action, and it's sort of hard to get there.
If I can help
Go
a
ahead,
little bit
please.
there. So this is a broad topic, and we've all shared ideas. Although we could, we're not taking direct action on those individual ideas. So really the action that we're going to be looking for when we reach that point, possibly soon, is to direct the superintendent to consider the ideas and feedback that has been shared and come back to this board with ideas after vetting and considering what is feasible. So that's what this motion will look like once we reach that point.
Fair enough. And I think I do like the idea of the Health and Safety Schools Commission. Just doing a cursory glance at some of their agendas, I think they're probably better suited for this, at least to do some preliminary work. So I do like the direction that Vice President Nicolette and President Smith talked about. I guess some of my highlights, just to pile on, if we were going to ask a group to kind of zero in at with respect to best practices, single point access, and I think Mr. Searcy, you mentioned it. I mean, high schools don't have the single point access because I get it, they're more complex, they're larger. How do you do that? But at the same time, they're far more prone to access by people that, you know, could commit harm. I mean, that's right. That's the reality of it. So that's on my mind. I really appreciate the speaker that brought up the safe route to schools, and to kind of pile on with Trustee Rodriguez said. Yeah, that's where I go every day, Spanish Springs High School, and you know, a couple years ago I had a full head of hair, but making that ride up Eagle Canyon is maddening. And you know, going through the school district, we started at elementary school, middle school. The staff's out there, the principal's out there. They're stopping traffic. It's a beautiful ballet. High school doesn't do that. It's almost moving for himself. It's not a criticism. It's not intended to be a criticism, because they're big, but there's got to be a better way. I don't know what the answer is. It's probably something that all school districts face. So traffic safety, yeah, critically important. You know, for me, it's all about reducing the threat of violence. We know we can't prevent an act of violence occurring 100% of the time, but I think as good as we are, we can be better, and that's the whole point, I think, of this conversation. The canine dog is just to clarify that again. That's for firearms. Is that
correct? It'll be a
okay.
Firearms detection dog.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. And the CCTV, in some of my school visits, I've seen the principals in their office on their computer, and they have access to all these cameras. It's phenomenal. It's amazing. Not all the schools have those yet, though. And so to the extent that, is that correct? Not all of them have them yet.
All the middles and highs.
All the middles and highs
have systems, and the newest elementaries.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. But
most of the elementaries do not yet have CCTV cameras.
But those are sort of the layers, the detection that I think many of us want, and that's sort of forefront on our minds. And you're right. I mean, it is a society issue. It's far bigger than the school district. You know, my daughter, her dad, a 6-year-old shot a teacher. I mean, how do you, as a parent, how do you explain that to a child? It's you know, we've got to figure out. We got to wrap our heads around this. And so, and this is a healthy discussion. I'm grateful that we've had it. Anyways, those are some of my high points, as well as a lot of my colleagues have already suggested. But I think that would be kind of a good starting point, is to sort of zero it into that commission. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. A couple things also for my colleagues. We have an opportunity with the development of the upcoming strategic plan, which is also another place where we can prioritize our values around school safety. And then we also have the budgeting process as well, too. So with that said, I will let Trustee Westlake bring us home, and then maybe we can center around a motion.
So I can say one more thing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're
I'm
bringing
sorry.
us home.
I know it's getting really late, you guys, but I just feel I'd be remiss if I didn't even ask this. I don't know if it would be cost effective. I don't know the feasibility. I certainly don't want our kids and teachers to feel that they are in a prison. School is supposed to be for education and also socialization and fun. But have we thought about body cams for our teachers? I don't know how cumbersome that would be. I don't know the cost, but you know that saying, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Are there studies out there that would be a deterrent, that the kids would know that the teacher has a body cam on, everything that goes on is being seen, and also the teachers would know, hey, there's that safety layer. They're going to see if something is really kind of going sideways. I'm just trying to, again, think out of the box. I don't know the cost of that. Can you guys, is it even feasible? Can you comment on that?
So I'll take that one. Trustee Westlake, so everything that we're talking about has a cost. So I want to make sure this takes investment, hands down. So I don't want to say that cost alone would be why that might be prohibitive, though I think it would be extremely costly. I think we would have to look at what the ROI on that investment would be, right? So Are there places that have done that where it has prevented things from happening? But I also think there's some other issues around, I don't think you could force a teacher to wear that. And so then you make it optional, and then what is it really doing? So I think there's some practical and logistical things in addition to cost that might make it prohibitive. That said, you are right to say we need to be able to put out-of-the-box ideas out on the table, right? This needs to be a broad conversation, and just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it couldn't be done. But I do think there would be some practical barriers on that one, but I don't have specifics. So.
Yeah, and I believe recording devices are also on our buses and in our hallways, and that's the CCTV. So, you know, there's a basis to that. All right, so who is willing to make a motion to direct our superintendent to consider this feedback that we've provided and to come back on ideas based on feasibility? Does that work for you, JJ? It does. All right, so we have a motion from Clerk Rodriguez.
Please repeat that motion.
To provide direct, do you want to do that?
I was just going to read it straight off the
Okay.
agenda item. I motion that the Board of Trustees provides feedback on possible future agenda items as we have done and related to physical school safety and security.
I second it.
No, so I know that it has that for the action, but in talking with our general counsel, the actual action needs to be to direct the superintendent. So I recognize it's written that way, so that's fair enough, but the motion needs to be to direct the superintendent to come back to the board with ideas based on the feedback and discussion that we've had, based on feasibility.
Okay, so would I withdraw that last motion and create a new one?
There was not a second, so you can do.
I did. I
There was,
withdraw my second.
Okay. All right, so I'll work on this one. All right, so I make a motion that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent with the feedback, as we have discussed here from our presentation. Does that work, Chief Legal? To address the safety and security of our schools and students and staff, all of them.
I second that motion.
All right, I think we need to clear that up. Do you want to take a moment to write it out? 'Cause we have to make sure that it's really
Madam President,
clear.
if I may?
Yeah.
May I?
Please.
Thank you,
Please.
Clerk. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to direct the superintendent to return at a future agenda item, taking into consideration the feedback that was received by the Board of Trustees based on today's presentation, item 5.02.
That is a motion. And now we're looking for,
We already, thank you. Thank you.
all right. Because we were such collaborative workers, so Trustee Woodley, put a pin in you for 1 second. I need to ask Clerk Rodriguez and Trustee Westlake to please withdraw your original motion.
I withdraw the second.
I withdraw my motion.
And now Trustee Woodley's motion stands as the motion. And is there a second on Trustee Woodley's?
Second.
And we have Vice President Nicolette second. Is there any discussion on Trustee Woodley's motion?
One question, would it be possible to add a timeline? I don't want a year from now. Could we say within 90 days or 180 days?
I'm hesitant to put a specific timeline. However, I don't want to speak for you. I believe I hear the urgency in the matter. And so I believe there's a degree of trust that this will come back. And I will personally, along with the board leadership team, make sure that this stays top of mind. So with that said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Madam President, does anyone want to make a motion on becoming the superintendent for a day to make sense of how we're going to come back with this? I'm just kidding. You're okay. We'll deputize you.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Chief
Thank you so
Trevino and
much,
Jason,
Mr.
or
Sisson.
Jason, Adam, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so that closes out Section 5, and we will move on to Section 6. I don't know if we still have Ivy. Is she still there? Hi, Ivy. So we'll move on to item 6.01, our student representatives report, if Ivy is still with us. Okay, we'll come back to Ivy. I would reopen this if she comes back with us. So we'll go ahead and move on to item 6.02, board reports, and I will invite Trustee Westlake to be first for board reports.
Thank you, President Smith. I have not had the honor to visit any of the schools that are in my district, but I have to compliment Jen Caldwell. She has set up, I believe it's 10 visits and a ride-along for me, and I am super excited to connect with my schools and make myself accessible to hear what they have to say, to internalize that, and then to bring it back to the board. I think that's probably one of the most important things as a trustee in my mind, is to be accessible to my community. So I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. We're going to keep moving down the line, so I'll go to Trustee Church.
Thank you. I am going to speak at public comment, so I'll put most of those on the record there, just because it's kind of embarrassing to have to do that, but that way it gets on the record, and I do have a handout. And I don't think you want to see pictures of my vacation to Laughlin, Nevada, so I'll just wait for that.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. So similar to Trustee Westlake, due to the holidays, I haven't had that opportunity, but we have some outstanding staff here at the school district. So Jen did the same for me as well, so I have some set. I'll be going out of the country tomorrow for a week, but I'll be back on the 20th, and immediately on the 23rd, I'll start visiting schools with the help of our staff. I just want to thank Jen and Michelle Anderson and Deanna Calles. She has been amazingly helpful, and Superintendent, I really appreciate your staff. They're all so professional and so accommodating, and I thank you for that. Over the holidays, I did get the opportunity to speak to actually teachers and community leaders. Everyone, it appears, has a lot of passion for our school district, so I did hear a lot. I'm sure that everyone here at this dais has the same experience. I'm just going to continue to absorb information and listen to everyone and try to bring information back. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few things. Again, Happy New Year, everyone, and I want to welcome Trustee Westlake. I did have an opportunity to visit the Arts and Career Technology prior to Christmas. They'll be losing a program or two once Debbie Smith opens up, and I'm pleased to report that one of the programs that will be replaced will likely be a fire service program. In fact, the organization I am employed with, Rocky Meadows Fire, is working with the school district and Josh Hartzog to bring a program to that school. On December 20th, Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Westlake, and I visited the Gerlach graduation, so that was very inspiring. It's nice to get out to that neck of the woods. Also had a chance to visit Dilworth Middle School to express my support of our staff and students prior to the holidays. The item I want to share too to the board is that most of December I was asked by Governor Lombardi's transition team to serve on a working group a task force to develop the new governor's education priorities. And Superintendent Enfield was also part of that group. He had two groups, a group for higher education as well as pre-K through 12. It's about, what's that? I'm sorry?
When you're sitting next to
pre-K,
Trustee Nicolette, you've
yeah,
got to
right.
get pre-K. I said, well
I know.
done.
Well, she was already kicking me, so I had to. That group was about 25, or the group that Superintendent Enfield and I served on was about 25 or so key leaders in the business and education throughout the state, predominantly Southern Nevada. It was very heavy Southern Nevada, but it was a really good discussion. There's a lot of provisions in this final document that the new governor used is very similar to our platform, particularly with staff pay and behaviors and some of those things. I will say it's very heavy on the choice topic, and I don't necessarily mean charter schools. It's fairly broad choice, but I do appreciate being asked and having the privilege to serve. And I'm hopeful that we'll make some progress between the new governor and the new legislature. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Vice President Nicolette.
I'm just going to say I look forward to serving again as your vice president. It is an honor and a privilege, and I really look forward to beginning the school visits again. I'm always welcome. I know I can drop in anytime. I've always been told that, and I persist in wanting to be polite and not just drop in, so I at least give a day notice. And I will stop because I'm sure I'll have a lot more. I'll use all 3 minutes next time.
And Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was a holiday break, but as Trustee Mayberry said, myself and at the time, Trustee-elect Colleen Westlake were at the Gerlach graduation, which was really wonderful community. So that was a good time, and actually got to visit members of the Pyramid Lake Fire Department and Police Department, and actually come to learn that Indian Reservation in Pyramid Lake actually protects 2 of our schools out there. So they have a school resource officer out there and fully professional fire department. So I thought that was really neat to learn that. And I got to meet with one of the new Reno City Council members, Miguel Martinez. So I got to have coffee with him and welcome him to the world of politics and have some good discussions about our schools. And yeah, it was good. So I look forward to back into schools break. So.
Thank you. So I'd like to start by saying that yesterday was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, and so I know our chief is maybe somewhere in the building, but thank you. Our school police keeps over 61,000 students, over 11,000 staff, volunteers safe, and we are incredibly grateful for you. You cannot be replaced. I'd also like to congratulate my colleagues who were sworn in today. Winning an election is no small thing, and so Trustee Adam Mayberry, Trustee Colleen Westlake, and Clerk Rodriguez, congratulations on being sworn in today. And I also want to share a story. So almost 3 years ago, this was before I became a trustee, I became a mentor with the TMCC Nevada Promise Scholarship Program. And it's a really fantastic program. It's a last dollar scholarship program, which means that it makes community college with almost no cost a possibility for many students in our community. It's a fantastic program. You don't need to be an educator. You just need to be an adult who cares, and you can be paired with a mentee. I was paired, again, almost 3 years ago with a North Valleys High School student. Her name is Lexi Holmes. I do have permission to share her story, and she recently graduated this December from TMCC from this program. Lexi, like many students, started community college thinking that she was going to travel one path, but through her education and tapping into her passion, she decided that she is going to pursue early childhood education. And she's following in the footsteps of her mother, Rachel Pipkin, who is a second grade teacher at Stead Elementary School. And so I would like to say congratulations to Lexi, and I would also like to put out to anyone listening that the TMCC Nevada Scholars Program is always looking for mentors, and it's a very, very small time, and you have a big impact on the life of a student and future community member. So I wanted to share that. And then I also want to thank this board and this community for the incredible honor of being your president. I want you to know that the way I view this is an opportunity to serve all of you in a new way, and that service will drive my acts as the president and my appreciation for this community and our district. Thank you. All right, so is Ivy back on? I just want to make sure that we don't move on unless Ivy wants the opportunity to speak.
I think Ivy's done with us.
Okay. All right.
I don't blame her.
All
It's
right.
okay,
I just wanted
Ivy.
to be sure. Now we'll move on to item 6.03, our superintendent's report.
Yes, thank you. And I realize that because of elections and everything, this has been an extra long meeting and we still have public comment. But I do have 3 important items of business that I do need to share with the trustees and the public. The first topic is weather. I wanted to take a moment to just share, and I know the trustees know and many here know, the process that we use to make a determination about whether to do a late start or cancel schools altogether. The team and I, well, first of all, our incredibly dedicated transportation team begins driving the roads around 3 a.m. to get a sense of how things are. We then have a leadership team scheduled teams meeting at 4:30 a.m. And I'm updated on the status. We go back and forth on the options, but ultimately, based on staff recommendations, the decision is mine, and I have to own that decision. When we were this morning at 4:30 a.m. discussing things, there just wasn't a lot happening out there weather-wise. That wasn't the case hours later. And so I will just say this, sadly, there is no perfect art and science to this. We always balance keeping our staff and students safe while also recognizing that a delay or a cancellation is incredibly burdensome on many of our families. So I think that our COO, Adam Searcy, and I would agree that probably a delay today might not have been a bad thing, but I own that. That's my decision. We do the best we can. Sometimes we get it more right than others. But one of the questions that has come up that I asked Mr. Searcy to just very briefly, he says he can do it in a minute or two, address is, while we can make one exception for incline schools, we can say that we can close or delay incline, but everyone else is separate. Why can't we do that for perhaps Galena or North Alleys or somewhere else? And I wanted Mr. Searcy to provide a very brief explanation of the logistical challenges of making that happen. Thank you, Mr. Searcy.
Of course, thank you. In short, it boils down to the true regional interconnectivity of this Truckee Meadows community. So first off, we have in several instances regional school enrollment zones. So particularly AACT, Piccolo, for example, these are schools that we provide some degree of transportation to who have students from throughout the district. We then also have regional programs that we have commitments to, special ed, CIT, children in transition, and other special programs where we do provide transportation to students we're obligated to provide who are qualified for those services, oftentimes to schools outside of their zoned communities. And then lastly is the true regional interconnectivity of the families, whether it's a school district teacher who maybe works in one part of our community but lives in a different part of their community. If you really game these scenarios out on an individual level, while at first glance, hey, could we just have a delay here and an on time there, makes sense, and it would be nice if we could forecast weather that precisely, let's assume that, that it would actually create almost, in many instances, more complications than the complications that a delay does inevitably cause. So we've gamed this out. We've even tried it in recent years past, and unfortunately, as challenged as our daily decisions can be, this is ultimately a better balance for our entire regionally connected and county-wide school district.
Thank you, Mr. Cersey. I just wanted the public, both here and watching, to have that information, and probably a good refresher for especially new trustees as well who haven't been here. So we will be up at 4:30 tomorrow morning making that decision, and hopeful that the weather gods will be in our favor. But just know that we take this decision very, very seriously. The second thing that I wanted to bring up was I know that the school board, there have been some questions around our strategic planning process, and so I wanted to provide some information there. As you know, the board voted on the contract for Performance Fact to lead our community-wide strategic planning process between now and June, which we're very excited about. And I think there was some misunderstanding that in the original documentation, it mentioned January 10th, but that was just a placeholder date. If you looked, it said there will be a Washoe-specific calendar developed. And so it said that at the top of the page, but I think there was some confusion there. So there was never any, we didn't miss a deadline on the January 10th date. However, we are, and this is us, not Performance Fact, we are a little bit delayed in how we were doing things, mostly due to winter break. We did a full RFP process to determine Performance Fact. And one of the things that had them rise to the top, from what I've heard from others and in looking at what I've seen, was the importance they place on student voice. And one of the things they want to do from the outset is survey students, because this plan ultimately has to serve our children and young people. So one of the things they do is they survey. Well, we actually have our own student survey, and the results are going to be coming in January 12th or 13th. It made no sense to expend resources and time to duplicate efforts. If we were going to have survey data that was already in the works, why would we do it again? So we made the decision to postpone starting some of that initial work until we had that data. In addition, though, our staff, under the leadership of Michelle Anderson and Comms, has been working with Performance Fact on a weekly, if not daily basis, to begin putting together the committees, the timelines, the dates, et cetera. And we should have that specific calendar of dates to share with the board very, very soon. But one of the things that we will be talking with Performance Fact about, because this was another question that came up, since we won't have our January deliverables, postponing payment until we have those deliverables in February. So we're not paying anyone for not doing work, but I also want to be clear, just because we haven't met the timelines that we set out because of our own choices as a district, we are still on track to do this work, and it is going to be incredibly exciting work. And I will just leave with this. I think some people have an idea of what a strategic plan is or does or why we do it. But what this is going to do is really allow us to engage with our community and for us to name what our values are as a community, what we are going to commit to our children and families, what will be our North Star, what will guide the decisions we make, whether it's resource allocation or anything else. But this is the other thing, and I know that Trustee Church, despite the yawning, will appreciate this. It's okay, I know it's late. In my experience, a robust process like the one we are going to engage in that will lead to a plan that is clear and bold and values-based and puts our children first also becomes a powerful recruiting tool for the district. People want to come and work somewhere where they believe in the mission, where they believe in the people and the work that they're trying to do. They want to be a part of something big and important, especially when it comes to children. So I can't put a bigger emphasis on how excited I am and how good of a process this is and how much confidence I have in Performance Fact, in partnering with our staff and working with our wonderful community to make sure that we have a robust process and product. So that's my soapbox moment on strategic plan, but more information to come, but just wanted the trustees to rest assured that we are on track and above board. And finally, a moment of celebration. It is, drum roll, School Board Appreciation Month. Who knew? So we are going to end the business portion of the meeting before we go to public comment with me honoring our trustees. We don't have to do a photo op tonight because we will be honoring you again on the 24th. So this is phase one of the celebration. So we can do the photo op then. But as you all know, I give Ducky Awards to staff who go above and beyond for their colleagues, for our children, for our community. Staff nominates one another, and I am nominating each of our trustees because I don't know what definition of going above and beyond for our children can you think of than actually running for school board, making the sacrifices that you all make to give your time, your heart, your knowledge, your expertise to make this school district the best place it can be for our children. So you are each ducky, so I'm going to give you each a ducky. And some of you have this already, but I think some of you don't, a valued teammate pin as well, because this is a team sport. And I speak on behalf of the entire staff, and I know this community, when I thank each of you for your service, for your sacrifice, for your commitment, for your love, and for your dedication. Happy National School Boards Appreciation Month. And I'll pass these out as we move to public comment. Yeah, get a whole month.
I saw those on Tammy's desk, and I'm like, I was going to ask her, oh, can we take these? They're so cute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Enfield.
Well, I know, but for us, I know. You're so welcome. You're so welcome.
Okay, well, now we will go ahead, thank you so much, and move on to 7:01, our closing public comment.
Bruce Parks.
Hi, Mr. Parks. I think I got to say hi to you more than anybody else.
That's because I like to talk a lot. She knows. Thank you, board members. And I do have to say, President Smith, in the past, this board and I have had, especially with the board president and the former superintendent, an adversarial relationship. Not by my choice. It's not what I wanted at all. Never would I want that. But I realize when I'm talking to a brick wall, and I will not stop talking. I will not stop trying to make a difference. We need more people that will do that, in my opinion. I wanted to say that if we can cut some costs, we can pass those cost savings on to our teachers. Well, this school district is extremely top-heavy. When you look at Transparent Nevada, you go through a list of over 300 names before you ever get to the name of a teacher in the Washoe County School District. I have a problem with that, and I think we can do better. In the last decade, across the country, student enrollment in public schools has risen 7%. Teacher employment has risen 8.2%. Administration has risen 82%. If you graph that, as each school district gets more money, the administrative staff climbs exponentially. Student spending, a little bit. Teacher pay, a little bit. But boy, those admin lines jump in correspondence to the funding, which is why in this next legislative cycle, I will be advocating for fiscal responsibility across the board in the state for our school districts. I don't want this board to get another penny that they will spend frivolously. I want every penny that you spend to be, well, when you're spending my money, I want you to squeeze that penny till Abe Lincoln screams, all right? I believe that as a taxpayer, I had somebody tell me one time, I have no skin in this game. I have no kids in the school district. I'm a taxpayer. You're spending my money. I expect you to be responsible with it. As you know, education is linked to industry. We're not going to attract industry in this state if we don't have a ready workforce available for that industry. Right now, that is the condition that exists. We don't have a workforce available to industry. That's why we're not attracting the industry like we should. What industry we do attract, they bring workers from out of state. That's abysmal, and it's our fault. Not just you, responsible too. I would ask that you give us what we're paying for. We're paying for a product. Please give us what we're paying for. I would like to help you. I do not want an adversarial relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Valerie Fianaka.
Hi, Ms. Fianaka.
Hi. Welcome to Nevada, Dr. Enfield. It snows on one side of town and it's dry on the other. I think having children at our meetings is always a great thing. It reminds us all of why we do what we do, and I love here. However, while many of us over the past years have been calling for quality of education to be put on the agenda, It's not exactly what we want, I don't think. I don't think that's what we're thinking about. Actual issues regarding the quality of education or the lack thereof and work that needs to be done would be appropriate, in addition to highlighting the schools and the kids. I love seeing the kids. I wish they were at every single school board meeting. They make it great. One thing the Lena Juniper principal and teacher said is very true. It starts at the top and it involves families, and that's super important comment that she made. Not all the principals allow that same thing. Out in Spanish Springs, we have one principal who allows virtually no participation in his school. He won't allow the parents to even come into and get their kids from the school. It's crazy. Safety in our schools is super important as well. Joe and I agree on that topic. Hopefully we'll be honest when we address behavior issues with the kids in our schools. We can gloss them over all we want. 20 years ago, my nephews were going to school in the Phoenix area, and they had to pass through metal detectors 20 years ago. I thought it was shocking when I saw it because I'd never seen anything like it here in Nevada. I'm sure we can have different laws that wouldn't apply here, but I mean, big schools do it. I've seen it with my own eyeballs because I took the kids to school and they had to take off their backpack and run it through the metal detector. I would gladly join in the community discussion regarding this safety issue. I hope we would also invite all the local law enforcement agencies, which I heard we probably would do anyway after listening to their presentation. I'm also concerned that since marijuana has been legalized in Nevada, teachers have reported to me personally, several teachers, that they suspect that kids at the elementary school level are taking their parents' edibles. That's shocking to me. I can't even, that doesn't even register in this old brain of mine. I can't even imagine that. So this truly is a community problem, as I stated in my KOLO interview. It's not going to happen if just the school board addresses it. It's not going to happen if I as a grandma address it. It's going to require an absolute community effort from business leaders, and I'm a business owner. I get this. We have to have our drivers pass a drug test, and I guarantee you 80% of them that we interview don't pass it. And our insurance will not insure most of the people that we interview, and we can't hire them. We have a hiring problem because of this. And it doesn't matter if people says, it's just pot. Well, it's not just pot if you're driving my company vehicle. It's not just pot anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Banaka. Thank you very much.
Lauren Forbes.
Hi, Miss Forbes. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Dear Superintendent Ensfield, trustees, and everyone here, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Lauren Forbes, and I've been a teacher for over 16 years in the grades between kindergarten through 8th grade in some capacity. I love teaching. It is my absolute purpose. It is my calling. I can't not be a teacher. And I understand the importance of a strong administration and the support that comes from you guys coming down through the school district. About 4 years ago, I was very burnt out. I almost walked away from teaching completely, and I wanted to have a break from teaching. I didn't think I needed to do it anymore, but I couldn't. I couldn't get away from it. And I started working actually at Dilworth Middle School that year. And I knew that I could work there because of the staff and because of the administration that is there, and the support that I felt that I received from them was amazing. It absolutely feels like a family when I walk into that school, and seeing everybody every day is amazing. Last year was really tough with all of the kiddos coming back into school after the year of COVID, but this year specifically in the fall started off really, really difficult. The behaviors, you have heard from multiple people, the behaviors are really bad. We knew that this was an issue, and we discussed it with several different people, and we were told that something was going to happen, and I spoke out at a meeting and I said, I feel unsafe, and if I feel unsafe, I don't feel like my daughter can come to a school that I don't feel safe at working. On December 15th, I was physically assaulted by a student while trying to maintain a safe school environment by ensuring students use the single point entry into our school. I received support but I am still physically and emotionally healing from this incident. Thank you, Superintendent Ensfield and Trustee Rodriguez, for personally reaching out to me and listening to my side of the story. I really appreciate your support in that. It is 3.5 weeks out, and regardless of the winter break, I've still not returned back to work. I feel scared to go back and have concerns about future behaviors and concerns and safety for my staff and my students, my family members. I'm not the only one assaulted, and I'm not the only one that's worried and afraid, and I worry that that there's others that are concerned about this profession. I'm encouraged to hear others speak out about some safety concerns and some solutions. I just encourage you to consider making these changes for the safety of our staff and our students very quickly. I'm asking that we also reconsider the restorative justice model, and I ask that we are ensuring the safety of our amazing staff and students, because we owe it to them, we owe it to each other, and especially our children.
Thank you very much, Ms. Forbes.
Jennifer Malatern.
Okay, hang on, I'm going to read super fast.
Hi, welcome.
My name is Jennifer Malatern, and I have had the honor of working at Dilworth Middle School for 13 years. As a math teacher, department lead, mentor, UNR liaison, athletic coach, and administrator candidate, I have witnessed countless incidents at my school, both positive and negative in nature. I am here to speak up about the student behavior uproar and the safety concerns for the students and staff specific to my school, but as a district perspective as well. Throughout my tenure at Dilworth, I continued to return because of the benefits of working with Title I students, but most importantly because of the climate and culture of Dilworth. We have, bar none, the best staff in the district. Our principal, Joel Picciotto, is truly the GOAT of principals and models for me how an administrator should lead. Our students are genuine and love their teachers for the most part, and we can make lifelong connections with them. After investing so much of my time at this wonderful school, it is disheartening to see the decline in student behavior take such a dramatic turn and leave teachers feeling helpless, devalued, and unsafe to come to work. Personally, I have been attacked by students twice in my career, both which were not my classroom students, but rather hallway incidents. On both of my occurrences, I assumed, which was my downfall, that these situations would not occur again, and the students would pull themselves up. Unfortunately, one of those students is now in prison, and the other one did receive anger management needed by family. However, those are not isolated incidents. After the events that Lauren just spoke about, the teachers union has fully supported my needs. Joe Rodriguez spoke out to me personally that weekend to hear my concerns. It was when Trustee Rodriguez asked me why I felt concerned that I spoke with the media that I was at a loss for words. Never has our district said, we must go unheard. There is simply an underlying culture that if teachers do speak up about what is happening in schools, there will be reprimands, which I can now say is not true. Teachers must speak up about the abuse we are receiving by students to make the community aware of what we continue to face every day. Simply resorting to this is a nationwide issue or it has always been this way is not finding solutions to our concerns. Recently, students were running down the hall, and when I asked them to walk, most students did adhere to my request, but a student that I do not know told me, uncensored, to shut the fuck up, cunt. Then went on running, and we need help. The day before the assault on my friend occurred, we did hold a voluntary behavior meeting at Dilworth with WEA President Kaylin Evans and WCSD's Chief Strategies Officer Paul LaMarca. With tears in my eyes, I asked Paul LaMarca to help us with the outlandish behavior occurring and pleading, asking what he can do to help us. He literally responded with the words, nothing. The next morning, my friend was in the hospital after going headfirst into a locker. We need help at Dilworth and in schools across the district to correct the behaviors of students, as the few that are the general high flyers are now influencing other students into negative behaviors. Lack of funding, short staffing, and a 15-page behavior matrix with 8-point font or less that is far too detailed to support students and not staff. The solution is not easy, but we must all work together to support the solutions. Change legislature to abolish or renew some protections, increase salaries to make this job the focal career so we do not have to supplement our cost of living, and rally together to support the needs of all stakeholders. I truly believe Dr. Einfeld is the leader we need and have our voices heard, and it's time for the community to support all of us frontline educators.
Thank you very much.
Mike Krogan. Jeff Church.
Welcome, Mr. Church.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Church. What great speakers we just had. It's hard to follow up on that. It's a new year, a new board, new superintendent, some new staff. Most importantly, new opportunities. For example, Bruce Parks talked about that. And I think in the next couple weeks, couple meetings, we're going to set the tone for the rest of this session, if you may call it that. And are we going to be responsive to the community, including people like Bruce Parks, or are we going to be going our own way? In your handout, I gave you 22 requested action agenda items. I want to hear yours. And again, I'm up here because that's the only way to get it on the record. I wish we could do it under board reports, but those don't go into the minutes. 22 action items that I'm requesting. Please, surely you can read those. Surely you can find 1, 2, 3 that maybe we can agree on, we can get on the agenda. What about number 9, disciplinary issues? After what we just heard, how can you not second that? One of the issues we might want to discuss in good faith is bringing back public comment at the beginning. One of the trustees had said, well, maybe we can do like 90 seconds at the beginning and 3 at the end. And you can't say, well, that's not legal because we don't have any at the beginning, so 90 seconds would be a nice compromise. But again, if we don't open that dialogue, if we don't discuss that on the agenda, what are we going to do? I ask you to look at item number 1, and I won't go into detail. Item number 2, is it too much to ask for a quality of education committee? Number 3 is very important, a diversity and equality committee. That is one of the most divisive things. We have a zoning committee, we have a school naming committee, but one of the most divisive issues in this community is our diversity training. And I'm totally behind that, and I'm totally behind the teachings of Martin Luther King. But we can't do that in one meeting. We need a diversity and equity or equality committee. And then, as was discussed tonight, we have an audit committee, but we don't have a fiscal committee. We don't have a fiscal responsibility. Mr. Bruce Parks brought that up. He wants his money spent well, and so do I. So I don't think it's too much to maybe discuss. And again, you're not saying that you agree with it. You're saying that you agree to discuss it. You agree to put it on the agenda as an action item so that we as a board in a community format can discuss that. So I ask you to look at that. And again, like I said, it's a new board, a new beginning, a new opportunity. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
Laura Ellis.
Hi, Miss Ellis.
Okay. Hi, my name is Laura Ellis, and I've taught 8th grade science at Dilworth Middle School for going on 7 years. I'd like to start by saying thank you to Trustee Adam Mayberry and the WEA President, Kaylin Evans, for visiting with me in my classroom and spending the time to listen to my story and making me feel heard and supported. First off, I love Dilworth. It's a magical place with amazing, experienced, and caring administration, and my fellow staff are some of my very best friends in the world. Our students are wonderful, hardworking, intelligent kids, but let's face it, they've been dealt a more difficult hand than many of the kids in the more affluent areas of our district. Earlier this afternoon, a long time ago now, I came from a special education support meeting for my son at Collin Ranch Elementary School, and I was absolutely heartwarmed to have the entire support team around the table ready to help my family. However, it brought to light the inequity of resources across our district. We all know that lack of subs and prep covering for each other is a constant reality. When being required to prep cover in the SIP room the week before my colleague was injured by a student from that same class, the direct and indirect foul language was atrocious. After hearing a student call the classroom aide, uncensored, a dumbass, and asking her if she was fucking stupid, I asked her, what do we do in this situation? She told me that in that room they are forced to choose their battles because they don't have the time to follow through on everything that should be dealt with. In what world or profession are workers asked to choose their battles and not be able to choose a safe and respectful environment? I spent another 45 minutes in that room covering, and in that time I was also so verbally abused to the point that I could barely function enough to teach my own students. I was called, again, uncensored please, I was called a racist motherfucker and a white bitch, and I had a student get right up in my face saying, oh no, I'm really fucking scared, when I had merely asked that student to give another student some space. I'm a geologist with a master's degree. I spent 10 years as a professional in the mining industry, making almost 3 times my base current salary. I teach because I love it, and I stay at Dilworth because I love our school family, and I believe in the students that we serve. But I don't know how long I can allow myself to be subjected to the trauma and the disrespect. We need more resources, and we look to our leadership for help. I do think changes are coming in the right direction, but please help before it's too late and before teachers leave for higher pay and a more respectful work environment, excuse me.
Thank you very much.
Jamie Lindsay.
Hi, Miss Lindsay.
Hi. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for this change that I've seen in the board, because I previously did not feel welcome to say anything, and I can already feel a change happening within this board that is coming down. So I want to start off by saying that. So I have worked at Dilworth for 5 years. I did my internship there. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. I have loved working there. I've grown up dreaming about how I decorate my class. I've worked hard towards my degree as a teacher and gotten a master's to become a more fully rounded teacher for my students. Signing up for my teaching degree, I knew it was going to be hard. I took babysitting jobs and tutoring jobs, and I knew it was going to be hard. I had mentally prepared for this, or so I thought. I had not prepared for the hardest part of the job. Every day lately, I am worried about my physical safety. I am worried that my wonderful students are going to get a fight right in front of my classroom, and I'm going to have to intervene or witness my students become physically hit. I know that I'm not bound to do anything, but when I see my students, ones that I just saw in my classroom asking me for a pencil or asking me what time it is because I can't read the clock, fight, I just can't not act. During one of these countless altercations, I got hit. My nose bled and I hit my head, so I was sent to the hospital. It was traumatizing and beyond a setting, especially because it was my birthday. I spent my 26th birthday in the ER as a teacher because things have gotten out of control. When I came back, not only was this student returned to school, but she was required to be in my classroom because of her specialized program. I do not want to quit my job. This is my dream job. I've been working since I was in 3rd grade. But this violence and trauma that the teachers at Dilworth and all across the district are experiencing are forcing us out of our own mental health. I hear commotion in the hallways, and I begin shaking and panicking, hoping I don't have to help my colleagues and intervene. Please don't make me quit my dream job. Support us teachers all across the district by giving us the power to give out appropriate consequences and help prevent these students from getting in altercations and keep all of our students safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Lindsay.
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, Mr. Evans.
Hi, my name's Kaylin Evans, the president of the Washoe Education Association. I just want to start off to say thank you for the teachers who came here to speak up, because it takes a lot of courage. It is not easy at all to stand up in here, and I've done this a lot of times, and every time it takes a lot, especially when you're addressing the leader of our district and your boss's boss. It takes a lot, and I want to be clear to understand. Teachers have to speak out, and it's not to cast shade, and it's not to put down. It's to shine a bright light on the realities that we're facing. The realities of student behavior, it's a multifaceted issue that we're dealing with, right? We think about student-teacher ratios, right? Counselor-student ratios, district policy, the legislative statutes that inhibit us. The understaffing of our school districts, the lack of subs, the just overall burnout of coming in. Then you kind of pile on the social factors that we have to deal with, right? And we talk a lot about, Dr. Enfield talks a lot about, we're a microcosm of our community. The inequities that we see across the district. Most of you visit schools across, and I've, been at over 50, and the inequities are startling when you start to go. We have to have a multifaceted and aggressive approach to how we start dealing with these issues, right? We can do a lot together as a concerted force to address the lack of resources at the state level. We can work together to address district policy. We can work collaboratively during the legislative session to tackle state statute pieces, and we can continue to empower voices. We have to create a culture, and I'm really glad one of the other speakers brought up how just through the leadership of our superintendent and her responses to some of these things, it was the first time that they felt that they could actually speak up. The culture of our district historically has not been one that empowers the employees to speak up. And we need to be very honest about that, and it's going to take a lot of time for us to kind of knock away a lot of what has happened. But we can, as a collective, really champion a new course forward, right? And that's ultimately what we have to do. Dealing with the issues of education, especially in Nevada, it is this mountainous challenge, and it's only going to work if there is a strong concerted effort, a united effort to do this. And so I just want you to know that we are fully committed as a labor force to working with you and changing the culture from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
The board received emails from Jennifer Kent, Lindsay Burnett, and Sydney Poremba.
Thank you. That closes out our public comment. Our next meeting will be on January 24th. And now we adjourn the meeting.